Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor, of course, your favorite never Trump guy, and it is an awkward political moment. Now, I am excited in order to check out this never Trump Republican sitting down with Democrats in order to discuss why people don't like the Democrats. The reason why is because Tim Miller and I should be peas in a pod, okay? Tim Miller and I should be best boys. But one of the things that happened with the Bulwark that I got a little bit frustrated with towards the end of the campaign, Christian Blair says didn't get the notification. Well, maybe I'll post myself to Discord or post myself to I used to post myself to Twitter and post myself to the community page on Counterpoints Politics in order to make sure that my audience migrated over here. But recently, we haven't had that big of a difference between the Valor Media Network viewership and the Counterpoints Politics viewership. I feel like Counterpoints Politics, it's easier to get to 100 to 150. Like we get there faster. But I still feel like Valor Media Network, typically an hour in, 90 minutes in, we're normally between 100 and 150 people. So I don't know. Well, and then Patriarch, that's exactly what I was going to say. So one of my frustrations with Tim Miller was it was like, oh, we're part of the Lincoln Project and we're part of the Bulwark and we're going to be the never Trump Republicans and we're going to be the voice of reason in the center right. And we're going to try to hold Republicans to account for the way that they're abandoning their values. And then towards the end of the election cycle, they were like, Kamala Harris is amazing. She's the most based person to ever run for the presidency ever. She's amazing. Everybody get out the vote for Kamala Harris. And I understand. So there's a practical element to that of you don't want to express hesitation. You don't want to express hesitation around, especially around election time, about your candidate being flawed. Because if you're not enthusiastic about your candidate, then realistically, your audience might not be enthusiastic about your candidate, and you might actually lose some votes because you're not enthusiastic. However, what was frustrating to me was I feel like you lose a level of sincerity or authenticity there if you ignore all of Kamala's flaws. Kamala, in my mind, was a flawed candidate. Her charisma, her riz is as charming as it is off-putting. You basically have to have a cringe, annoying aunt that you love despite her cringe and being annoying in order to like Kamala's riz. That's what you got to do. It's kind of having like a boomer uncle who does dad jokes that suck, but then he leans into how bad the jokes suck. And so as a result of his self-awareness of the fact that his boomer jokes suck, that in turn is endearing. That's the way that Kamala was. So you have to understand that not everybody's going to like Kamala. Not everybody's going to like her riz. You have to push past the cringe in order to find the cringy riz endearing. And then not just that, talking about gun control 30 to 40 days out from the election, no offense, but there are lots of Democrats who say, oh, I'm voting for Trump because he's an economic populist. And even though I've been Democrat a majority of my life, I'm pro-gun and the Democratic Party is cringe on gun control. I must have heard that a dozen times between, 23 and 25 was that there were Democrats who were voting for Trump because of an economic populist message and also gun control. And then same thing with most moderate Republicans. Most moderate Republicans, if you're talking about conservatarians to a degree, I know they're like a really small voting block, but they want lower taxes, so they want some level of economic sanity. They're probably pro marijuana, which the Democrats are going to be better on marijuana than the Republicans, but at the same time, the Republicans have not really piped up about marijuana recently. And even in Republican states, I'm in Florida. Florida is like Trump country in a lot of degrees. It used to be purple. Now it's kind of like reddish purple. But even in a red purple state, I could go to a dispensary up the road. Like getting a medical card in Florida is not hard. Going to a dispensary is not hard. So marijuana is kind of a dead issue. But guns are a live issue, and they're a live issue because in states like Virginia, in states like California, in states like New York, blue governors and blue state legislatures are passing assault weapons bans. They are passing magazine restrictions. They are passing restrictions on military style rifles and this, that, the other. That's like banning people's like World War II inheritance weapons that they got from their grandfather. And so pretending that like guns, while it is a privileged thing, I'll admit it, it's a privileged thing to care about. It's important to the people who it's important to. And so you're losing right-wing moderates when you go after guns 30 days out from the election. That was a bitter pill to swallow, I tell you what. But Christian Blair says Miller saw the writing on the wall. Trump and MAGA overtook the Republican Party, and it's not coming back, especially neoconservatism. Yeah, but dude, the Democrats aren't going to come your whole way either. That's the one thing about abandoning ship. So at least within the Titanic, okay, let's say that we're on the Titanic, that is the Republican Party, and then the Republican Party crashes into an iceberg, the Titanic explodes, and all we have left is the lifeboats. Well, within the lifeboats, you could still be a like influential person amongst the survivors who are in the wreckage of the Titanic. Whereas if you jump ship to another, steamliner, the Titanic 2.0, that's not going to hit an iceberg. Yeah, sure, you're not going to hit an iceberg, but you also have no influence because number one, you're going to be co-opted by the moderate Dems. They're just going to use you as a token for, oh, look how big of a coalition that we're building. And then number two, you're going to have to do stuff like deal with Hasan Piker. And you're going to be as politically relevant to the Democratic Party as Hasan Piker is. And weirdly enough, because Hasan Piker has a disproportionately large social media influence, it's arguable that the Democrats are going to pay more attention to the far left than they are to the moderate right, because they already know that the moderate right is using them as a coalition of convenience. So anyway, so he might have the right instincts for survival. He might have the wrong instincts for influence. Short says they can call themselves whatever they want, but they're just DNC shill liberals at this point. Well, and that's kind of the way that I feel about it. Christian says Miller seemed like a Beltway DC Republican, not really a conservative. His views on guns are, let's just say, not ideal, which is funny coming from a liberal. There we go. There we go. Also, Florida's 100% red now. You say that, but realistically, I think we're going to swing back purple, especially after Trump. You have to understand that Trump is an economic populist, which attracts a lot of, no offense, stupid Democrats. Christian Blair says, Justin Amash stayed in larger than I thought. I don't like his views on economics, but he is a principled right-winger. Cool. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers when blowing stuff up. Amen. Also, public service announcements to all coggers. Do not crawl into your hot grills. Yeah, dude, I'm just going to pretend that never happened, but I'm a little bit like traumatized. I'm a little bit traumatized. Now, I'm thankful because Doobie single-handedly with like $400 to $500, I would be happy. Realistically, you guys are way more generous than that, so we make substantively more money than that. But if I was making $500 a week, I would still be, let's just say like able to scrabble out a survival, I suppose. But Doobie gave $400 for me to watch a guy throw himself into a grill and cook his own flesh. Absolutely insane. Short says, oh, fudge, I used the wrong there. Oh, yeah, kill yourself. I'm sorry. That's probably terms of service. But I'm of course joking. Don't actually harm yourself because you used the wrong there. I do hate using the wrong there, though, because, you obviously have the possessive, then you have the they are, then you have the THERE. And so you could write like a perfectly intelligent sentence, and then you reread your sentence and you realize you used the wrong there, and you're like, God, I look like an idiot. Fuck. Thank Brandon says the big ugly Trump dick rising bill bans the sale of Delta 8 to 10 THC derivatives. Republicans are shit on pot laws. It needs to be fully legal. Yeah, sure. But it's not the culture war touchstone that it used to be, right? Because you could get past the Delta 8 to 10 THC derivatives. You could get past that just by getting a marijuana card and then just getting legit marijuana. And if you want THC, or if you want, CBD, or if you want this, or if you want that, you just have to go for it. Just got to go for it. You just got to not be a pussy. Christian Blair says, center-right libertarian republicanism that switched to independent. I think the only Republican to vote to impeach Trump. Yeah. Center-right libertarian Republican that switched to independent. I think the only Republican to vote to impeach Trump. Well, listen, man, you have to understand there is a fracturing within the coalition. Marjorie Taylor Greene allegedly wanted to be Georgia, the senator from Georgia. Donald Trump would not support her in that thing. She got a little salty about it, but because she got salty about it and Trump got salty on her, she started throwing elbows and she signed on to the Epstein thing, and she seems to be quadrupling down. That's one of Trump's like largest supporters within the giga Trump cultist thing. So if you have a Trump cultist breaking away, and then you have conservatarians like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul Jr. always criticizing the Trump administration due to a lack of fiscal conservatism. And then you have people like Dan Crenshaw, Ben Shapiro. I know Ben Shapiro isn't a representative, but just go with me for a second. But Ben Shapiro, Dan Crenshaw, all these people, they all go with MAGA and Trump as a level of political expedience. But I think they know that they're only doing it because they're riding a political wave that they cannot stop themselves. But I'm pretty sure that, like, again, within the lifeboats, the Titanic is hitting the iceberg right now with the Trump administration. The Never Trump guys, who are secret Never Trump guys, are going to become influential on the lifeboats. Patriarch says, damn. Evan says, sorry guys, but Florida has been trending red ever since 2000, and while it might retrace a bit, I believe it's in Ohio territory, which only went blue recently for Obama. Yes, but you have to understand, economic populism is what is driving that redward shift, and economic populism is typically a left-wing argument, because you're making an argument that the poors need more money. That's an argument for the poor people. An argument for the poor people is typically a left-wing argument. So, economic populism might be here to stay, and that might maintain or the Republicans might maintain a level of economic populism, which then makes them appeal to the working class more. But you got to understand that, like, eventually the working class is going to get fed up, because they're going to realize that tax cuts don't do very much for the working class. Christian Lair says Florida Dems need to pick up the effing game and nominate someone who isn't a drug addict or a criminal. I mean, it is Florida. Josh the Boss Hoss says, as a Canadian, a part of me wants him to keep doing what he's doing. Feels like Trump is pushing us into better global relationships. What, pushing Canada into better global relationships where the United States is so crazy? The United States is so crazy that Canada is getting better deals. That's funny. Conservatism, I feel like secret Never Trump guys are going to be seen as spineless cowards. If you weren't willing to stand tall on the Epstein thing, I don't know. I just wonder if Massey or MTG become torchbearers. They could. And well, you have to understand, a lot of the Never Trump guys who are closeted Never Trump guys, they still got saved by Massey and MTG, because I think what ended up happening was MTG and Massey were so aggressive, they were able to build the Democratic coalition, and ultimately Trump had to say, okay, yeah, fuck it, pass it, which feels like that's just an optics thing. It doesn't feel earnest at all. And so the Never Trump guys got a pass because, yeah, they could have been spineless, but their vote, whenever you're like, hey, why didn't you call out Trump? Like, why didn't you call out him being an asshole? You can just be like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, I voted for the Epstein bill. Of course I did. I love government transparency. I love exposing the ephebophilic sex trafficking rapists. Eben says, yeah, I don't believe in secret Never Trump guys. Fuck them. They're cowards. Well, I mean, better late than never, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is Ben Shapiro, you have to understand, at least from my analysis, maybe I'm crazy, but Ben Shapiro tried to, and to some degree successfully argued to conservatives that somehow Donald Trump was better than Kamala Harris, which I think is cope. But if Ben Shapiro had legitimately argued that Kamala Harris was better than Donald Trump, he would have lost like 70% of his audience. He legitimately would not be a power broker within the conservative alternative media. So it would have been like too big of a stretch for him to do audience wise. However, he came up with this like very dumb, in my opinion, but you could pretend that you're 3000 IQ utilitarian analysis for how Trump could be used in order to achieve a conservative agenda. And then as a result, what's going to happen is, in my opinion, once Trump's out of office, he's going to make the argument. He's going to be like, listen, I was always kind of a critic of Donald Trump. I always preferred DeSantis over Donald Trump. I'm all for government transparency in reference to ephebophilic sex trafficking. I was always opposed to, massive government spending and socialistic purchasing of private businesses. I always criticized that stuff. Now, of course, he probably did legitimately criticize all that stuff. It was just way more tepid than the moment called for. Sacred Snow says, I tried to look up organized door knocking in Florida for 24 and the DNC had nothing I could find. Yeah. Well, and by the way, one of the things that I think the DNC is just like totally incompetent on is that TPUSA is a brilliant idea. Okay. Having a charismatic person traveling 300 days out of the year in order to organize college chapters around the university to get a national brand recognized for like door knocking, volunteering, and political movement amongst the youth is just a brilliant idea. And I don't think it would cost that much money. And yet, Democrats still haven't backed, in my opinion, Zico and Sanchez or anybody else that I know of to make a Democratic equivalent to TPUSA. And I think that's just like a failure in vision. Sapient Green says, if your principles change with the wind, you never had any principles. I trust them as far as I can toss Chris Christie. I mean, are you wrong? Can we talk about the fake MAGA Civil War? Charlie Kirk faked dead. No, I think it's legitimate. I think the real fake. So I don't know what part of it you think is fake. I think the MAGA Civil War is over. It's not about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk might have been the person who was bridging the gap between normie conservatives and kind of like the Fuenteses, the Fuenteses, the Groypers. He might have been the person who was like rhetorically bridging the gap between the youth anti-Israelis and the Ziocon moderate conservatives. But now that he's gone, the Civil War is between contrarian, anti-American, economic populist, authoritarian freaks that I think are best represented by Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes versus like the moderate, like Ziocon, neocon, moderate cons like Ben Shapiro, Dan Crenshaw. And I think the conservatarian movement is probably best represented by Thomas Massie, weirdly enough. As schizo as he is, I think he's the best representative of it. Cause says, I agree with Josiah. Nancy Mace, Boebert, Massie, and Marjorie are the only House Republicans that get credit for the Epstein files. The rest only voted when they knew they couldn't stop it. Sure. But at the same time, like they're not going to take a political hit. You have to understand, in online politics, we are specifically tracking the cowardice of people who will not stand up when it's time to stand up. Most people don't do that. And if you're around the dinner table and you're like, oh, Dan Crenshaw didn't vote for the Epstein files and didn't talk about the Epstein files until it was already guaranteed to pass, then most people are going to be like, yeah, but he still voted for it, right? Like that's going to be the response at the dinner table, and the conversation is going to end there because you're going to seem like an overly involved political zealot for being like, yeah, but he should have spoken up earlier. So Christian Blair says, I'm amazed by Blue Anon lol. Reminds me of the conspiracy theorists didn't end up on the right. Oh, yeah, dude. You have to understand, like, being anti-vax 10 years ago, anti-vax sentiment was not on the right at all. As a matter of fact, there was like a bunch of corporate medical shills on the right a decade ago, whereas the anti-vax people were like crunchy California wine moms. And what I mean by that is like they wore Lululemon and they drove a Range Rover, but they exclusively bought their groceries from Whole Foods, and they would not let their kids drink any soda or anything with red 40 in it or like any kind of dyes in it. And so those people were anti-vax before anybody else was anti-vax. Peter says MAGA military YouTube channels are behaving, timing messages very obviously timing syncing med with Trump, then Candace. You're saying that all of the MAGA alt influencers are in lockstep? I guess I understand that. Anonymous chatter, thank you for the 20. Thanks for kicking us off with super chats. Starting a position to add an R-slurdation and ableist to the Webster dictionary. Don't let your memes become dreams. I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I would just hope that eventually Valor Media Network is like, you know what, Connor, you can use the R slur. You've brought in enough money. It's okay. You can use the R slur. But that we are not there yet. Christian Valaris says about Epstein and Trump going back on his promises to his base, H-1B visas, setting money abroad. Yeah, true. It is about like the America only / America first versus international bullshit. Yeah. Yep. Charlie Kirk is alive and well on an island with Elvis, Tupac, and Kurt Cobain and Jeffrey Epstein. Not Epstein, though. That guy got whacked. Oh. Zeta says, hearing Erudite talk about how dumb the Democrats are when it comes to supporting grassroots projects is disheartening. Democracy is on the line. Oh, yeah. Dude, all the consultant class. I'm really, as somebody who was a consultant for a brief time, the consultant class is very comfortable. And what I mean by that, can I draw you guys a mean drawing real quick? Can I draw you guys like a really mean drawing? It's super mean. It's even mean to people I know, but I think they would agree with it. Okay. So sorry, this we're starting off the day like really mean. Let me. This is not good. Like nobody here is going to have their feelings hurt by this. Nobody in my chat is going to have their feelings hurt. As a matter of fact, you're going to be like, oh shit, that makes a lot of sense. But what's going to happen is you're going to see the problems with the system instantaneously, and this applies to a lot of people who are active in politics. So let's do alt media commentators, political organizers, and let's say the consultant class, okay, the think tankers. And then let's do the recruiting pools that they recruit from. And then let's do this. And this is so mean. It's so true, but it's so mean. So let's say that this is the DNC and the RNC up top, okay? DNC / RNC. And then this is alt media / commentators. Then what is this? Like political organizers? And let's say what was the last one I said? The consultant class. And actually there's a third part of the recruitment pool that I respect a lot more. But again, this is probably going to hurt a healthy chunk of people's feelings. So it is incredibly difficult to get a six-figure consultant job to become an alt media commentator or to become a political organizer that is making six or seven figures. It's really difficult. There are a lot of people who make five figures who do it for the love of the game, but they are broke. They have nothing to their name. They have no retirement. They got no nothing. And so what happens eventually is those people, like, they either quit or they just die broke. Okay. And so the three people that they recruit from, I hate to say it, disabled people, disabled people with a permanent disability paycheck. People with rich parents, so if they fail, they don't have to worry about their bills. And hustlers. And realistically, I'm going to go ahead and make the hustler box infinitely smaller. Okay. This is, I know this might not even seem that mean because you're just like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But to me, this is incredibly mean because I'm effectively calling a lot of my coworkers either disabled or people with rich parents, hustlers. And so what I mean by this is that if you want to be an alternative media commentator, you need to be subsidized by if you're poor, you're still subsidized by the government. You're going to get a paycheck from the government. You don't have to worry about where your next meal is coming from. You're living in a trailer. I'm thinking of really realistically, I'm thinking of like Asmongold, but there's also other alt media people who are physically or mentally or spiritually disabled to the point that it's a medically diagnosable issue that they get paid for, to the point that they don't have to worry about it because the government will take care of them. People with rich parents, that is a lot of people, bro. Like I hate to say it, but if you're thinking to yourself like, dang, this guy's been like full time for 2 years and they don't really like, where's their money coming from? Their metrics are not that great. They got rich parents, just being real. Then political organizers and the consultant class. And then boom, boom. And so the hustlers, I would say, is like the last bit. And I mean hustlers both derogatory and I mean hustlers positive. I mean hustlers as in they're going after it no matter what. And some of those people are straight up fucking sociopaths. Some of them are just people who work super, 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 super hard and then they make it. But I'm telling you, if you want to be making 6 or 7 figures in this game, they're one of these three. Okay. They're one of these three. And what I would say is I do get a small amount of bills paid due to VA stuff. But realistically, I think I'm a hybrid of these two. And then I know a lot of people with rich parents. And those are the only people who make, in my opinion, these are the only people who make it in this industry. Brutality of the politics industry. And then the DNC RNC, just to wrap this idea up, the DNC RNC are kingmakers. And so as a result, if they back you as an alt media person or as a commentator, or if they back you as a political organizer, if they back you as the consultant class, they're kingmakers within this thing. So for every person who gets like a 6 or 7 figure deal from the DNC or RNC, there's 99 other people who are probably as talented or more talented who do not get the 6 or 7 figure deal. You can't just be talented. You have to be talented. You have to network. You have to know the right people, and you have to use your relationships in order to climb the social hierarchy. And if you're lazy about your relationships, if you're lazy about your marketing, if you're lazy about, using your relationships for your own benefit, then you are going to be forgotten when it comes to the DNC and RNC king making who makes 6 or 7 figures in this industry. I would put Destiny as a hustler, bro. I think that's part of the allure of Destiny is, to my knowledge, he doesn't have any disability. He's never taken a disability check from the United States government. To my knowledge, his parents are not that rich and did not start him. They didn't start him out with his early career. He was just a hustler. He started with StarCraft 2 streaming. He made a successful streaming career off the StarCraft 2. Then he transitioned into politics based off of his own wealth, talent, and charisma. And then he made it as a 6 or 7 figure political commentator. I think that's why, even if you think that Destiny is like a really, even if you think he's like a repugnant individual human being, you hate his morality, you hate the way he lives his personal life, et cetera, I think part of the reason why a lot of people respect him, including me, is that he doesn't have rich parents. He's not taking a disability check. He hustled into success. I'll say this as well. I think I respect the shit out of Josiah pondering politics as well. I put him in the hustling category. To my knowledge, he doesn't have rich parents who help him out with his bills. He's not on disability. He just ground it the fuck out and then found his niche and then ground out his niche and then started making crazy cash off of it. So respect to the hustlers, man. Respect. Subry Keller says, after John McCain's death, his best friend Lindsey Graham and the reporter asked McCain really was not a fan of Donald Trump. Why are you his fanboy right now? He said he wanted to stay relevant. Moment of honesty. Dank Brandon says, have you listened to the Unfucking the Republic podcast? It's on Spotify and it's pretty good. He does some videos on YouTube under the same show name. No, I haven't. But remind me of that because that might be somebody that I would want to talk to and collaborate with. Subry says, all these people are cowards who want to keep their jobs. The difference between them and us, they already have fucking money from jumping out and they were just trying to get the money. Yeah. I mean, it really would have been easier. I want to carve out my own niche. I want to maintain the community of grill hottists, and I want to maintain my ability to have chud takes, to be a little bit racist, to talk about jihadism, to talk about, you know, how stupid some gun control positions are, to talk about economics from a pro-capitalist worldview. I want to be able to still carry my conservatarian instincts and policies and descriptions, no matter what I do politically, whether I'm like, oh yeah, guys, I'm a liberal now. Oh yeah, guys, I'm a Democrat now. I would still carry all of my conservatarian shit with me over to that political label. And then I would try to force that political label to come my way. But then realistically with the conservatarians, I want to bolster the conservatarians. I think they're the best part of the right wing. Tristan Clark says, we need to let ex-Trumpers to the barbecue in order to move forward. I have to be able to let my FIL father-in-law look me in the eye when he hasn't in 3 years. Yep. Peter says, Ben Shapiro is not our ally. He might be in the future, though. They all got upgraded to human from demon for their vote, so good on them, I guess. Yep. True. Fuck Ben Shapiro. He doesn't get any credit for helping sanitize Trump. Yep. 2-inch says, Red 40 is bad, though. I can only recommend Red 67. 6-7. Dude, and by the way, I'm not doing 6-7 because I saw a TikTok. I'm doing 6-7 because my kid did it to me. Sacred Gnosis Haircut Commander really came here, took the Arsler from us, and disappeared. I know, bro. I know. But I'm not pining for his return the same way I'm pining for LB's return. Boondoxian Citizen, excellent name, by the way, says, good morning, Connor. Been up all night finishing up a big final semester essay, sipping coffee and ready for mental pain. Hope your morning is good so far. I don't know if my super chat went through, but howdy. I did not see a super chat from Boondoxian Citizen. The super chats that I have so far are from Anonymous Chatter. Thank you for the $20, King. And Tristan Clark, thank you for the 5. So I haven't seen your chat, Boondoxian Citizen, but thank you for being here, and I love your handle. Republicans weren't the anti-vax crowd, but they were anti-overprescribing kids with ADD and ADHD. True. Christian Blair says, you ready for your debate tonight? You and Prime have a tag team strategy? No, we're going to go in there, and then Destiny's going to be like, ha, 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 ha. Being mean is Giga Chad. The Nuremberg trials. We're going to execute every Trump guy. And I'm going to be like, that's going to be super bad. It's going to drag us back into, you know, the Trump era, even though we could easily move on from the Trump era. And then we have such like existential political crises. Donald Trump is a symptom, not the disease. We need to treat the disease. Peter says, I genuinely think Charlie Kirk faked his death in an elaborate display to convince his audience. Seriously, y'all. Peter, I think you have schizophrenia, but I welcome your schizophrenia. The famously poor Asmongold. Wasn't he disabled? Or what? Weren't his parents disabled and they let him live there forever? I'm not saying he's poor now. I'm saying that didn't he just like live in a trailer with his disabled parents in Rednecksville, Alabama, and then just like hustle out. Like I would view Asmongold as probably a combination of the disabled and the hustler, because he just goes live every day, right? He just goes live for like 7 or 8 hours. I would view Asmongold, if I was being mean, I would just throw him in the disabled category because he had disabled parents who didn't give a shit whether or not he got a real job. They let him stay at home, and as a result, he was able to hustle out his streaming career. If I'm being really, really, really nice, and I don't know his lore, so maybe I'm being an asshole, but if I was being really nice, then I would throw him in a combination of hustler and disabled, because his disabled parents subsidized his income while he hustled his way into a position of prominence. What category does Destiny fall into? Unironically, I think he just falls into the hustler category. Once again, I don't think his parents helped out with his initial career. I do not think that I don't think he's taken a disability check. I think that he straight up just hustled the fuck out of the game. Short says, those are both fine, but the big problem is that a lot of activist operatives very obviously don't actually care about what they're advocating for and are obviously doing it for clout and money. Short, that's what I was going to bring up as a criticism, where I was saying that this description of reality is really mean. The reason why it's really mean is if you're seeing political operatives and if you're seeing political people talk a really passionate game about the politics industry, but then they lose and it's like no skin off of their ass and they just kind of move on to the next project, and then they pretend the next project is as existentially concerning as their previous project, and they kind of just jump from project to project to project to project. It's because they got daddy and mommy's money. It's because they have a trust fund. They don't have to worry about the actual consequences of their political pet project because they will never be affected by the project. And unfortunately, those are, I would say, a healthy chunk of the people that I met in DC. They either like hustled their way or disabled their way into a position of financial security to the point that they don't need to care about the consequences of their political project anymore, or mommy and daddy's money is going to back them. So yeah. Evan says, Connor, you must continue to grind away. It's slow, but the consulting class is losing control just fairly slowly. They do have a lot of money and influence. The right can be yours and IRI the left. Sure. Evan says, Destiny is 100% a hustler. Can we replace Destiny? Probably not, but still. He has ADHD most of his life. Lol, true. No one gave him a small loan of a few $1 million. I know, right? Best part, phone fat finger. I don't know what that means. I would view his goonerism as a disability. Thanks, Patriarch. I need his way. Sorry. I needed that. Dream Dragon says banged his way, having hundreds of orbiters too. Max hustling Riz. I agree. Destiny's in the hustler category. Oh, Wow Man says, hello, all grill hottest. I'm back from Japan. What did I miss? Nothing. Just some psychic damage. Don't worry about it. Unpopular opinion. Unpopular take. Parents who pay your bills when you're young equals rich parents. Oh, for sure. Oh, wait. Hold on. Equals or does not equal? I don't know what you're saying. Because, so for instance, I do think that it's an economic luxury in order to have your parents subsidize your living while you're going to college or while you're starting your career. My parents didn't do that at all. I had to use the GI Bill. You'll have to pry Connor's chud takes from his cold dead hands. Right. Even if like, who is it? Pisco the other day was like, you're a liberal in denial. You're a Democrat in denial. I'm like, you don't want me. I was like, you don't want me. I'll have the entire Democratic Party shooting AR-15s and using the N-word by the end of the year. Boog says, have you seen Nick Freitas' show, What Should the Right Want? It's been interesting to hear from the people he has on it. I haven't. Nick Freitas is a real mixed bag for me. I see him have a good take every now and then, but I swear to God, I've seen some really bad Trump sweeping from Nick Freitas. I understand working with Ben Shapiro. I just don't like pretending he didn't bend the knee to Trump. It's like people who can't just say, I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I'll work with her. Yeah, there you go. Rob with the W says, Connor, I dropped a couple of links and tagged you in Discord for yesterday's oil. Got you. Okay, can you do it again, or can you DM me? Just because I think you got lost. If it was in the Counterpoints chill chat, there's been people use that as another chill chat, so they've just been popping off. Harley says, whenever I end up on the same side as Prime, I generally have to go back to my axioms and work out if I was wrong. Good morning, Coggers. Good morning, Chipingro. Good to see you, King. Sabian Green says, whatever Asmongold has, it probably should count as disability. I agree. Kat Zena says, I might actually be on Destiny's side. Authoritarian should be held accountable by law, but if you out mean something different, I'm all ears. Well, we'll see. He'll probably have the optics win, especially amongst liberals. I think as usual, Destiny will have the kind of extreme, overzealous take that he will steelman into a position of prominence that people like. And then, as usual, I will be vindicated by time. So, Eben says, I'm sorry, we can't move on without holding people accountable. Just moving on is easy, but we can't enable this fucking horseshit. There has to be some kind of reconciliation. You say that. How did that work out for the January 6th commission? Listen, I'm a huge fan of the January 6th commission. I think, I'm happy that they detailed everything. But what happened? Everybody tripled down in whatever direction they had prior to the January 6th commission. Now, publicizing it, narrativizing it, maybe even having like a public hearing on, hey, here's what factually happened. Here's how it was skirting the limits of the law. Here's what we would do if we could, but we can't. That would be okay with it. But dude, when you say Nuremberg, you're saying Nazi trials. Nazi trials ended in hanging and shooting. So I don't think we're getting, number one, I don't think we're getting Nuremberg. Number two, I don't even think Nuremberg would help. Conserve says, one could argue that moving on from Trumpism without some level of reconciliation only enables it to happen again. The part of the human nature that can let it happen should probably be publicity. But how can you prevent human beings from being stupid? He wasn't a WoW pro, just a WoW streamer. Sure. Tristan says, conservative liberalism, my father-in-law will never admit to anything bad coming out of Trump. Yeah, dude. My dad, whom I love, and I'm not talking shit, but my dad does the contrarian thing. He does the contrarian thing where he's like, oh, yeah, well, I hate Trump. I think Trump's a bad guy. But, and then that but always comes up with, number one, a complete sanitization of what Trump is doing. And number two, a whataboutism argument for how the Democrats are just as bad. So we can use racial slurs if we do reparations. Maybe that'll be part of my platform. Maybe I'll be the ultimate centrist. I will say, hey, black folks, you get 40 acres and a mule, but after that, everybody gets to use the N-word and you can't complain about it. And if you sign, like let's say we took the economic value. Thanks, Rob, with the W. The death of parity. Yeah, I'll do these towards the end of stream. Just remind me. But basically, like black people white people will get a card where they said, like, I voted for reparations, and then therefore, and like on the backside, it'll say N-word pass. And then black folk will get a card, and the card will say, I took the 40 acres and a mule. And so if basically 40 acres and a mule, the way that I would actually do it is I would add up whatever 40 acres and a mule was worth in 1865. And then I would come up with a monetary amount. And if you want literally 40 acres, we'll give you 40 acres. It might not be the best farmland ever, but we'll give you 40 acres. And then worst case scenario, or excuse me, but otherwise you can take a cash payout that's equivalent to that approximate worth. And then if on the black folk card, it'll actually have like whether or not you took the payout. And then that will determine whether or not you can be offended by the N-word with an A. I don't think the N-word with an ER, like, I don't think that, like, we really need to bring that back, but N-word with an A. If you take the payout, you're no longer allowed to be offended by anybody of any racial category using N-word with an A. Then Neil says, I'm with Destiny. Magatards need to see a liberal dictatorship. I want to see Newsom calling out names. But yeah, but you're Your desire for vengeance has nothing to do with, number one, what's going to happen practically, or number two, what's good for the country. It's just a desire for vengeance. AKA Batusai says, Ben Shapiro admitted years ago that he rates Trump on a curve, but he did back Trump as the Republican candidate. I know. Zena says, if Jay Jones was the Attorney General instead of Merrick Garland, the January 6th commission would have worked. Conservatism says, how do you prevent humans from being stupid? This is as simple as crime and punishment. Consequences are important. Sure. But I think that you can punish any crime. We did punish crimes. We did incarcerate a lot of seditious conspiracists during the or post January 6th. But what ended up happening was the American people chose Donald Trump because of economic instability. And as a result, and also I would say like a demoralization with the Democratic Party. And then as a result, Trump got back into office and he used his legal power of the pardon in order to pardon the January 6th rioters. So, I mean, all of that stuff is legal as far as I'm concerned. Harley says the letter confirming your 40 acres will be addressed, dear. I can't read that. I can't read that. 40 million, you can call me. Well, that's okay. Thank you. I don't think an acre is worth $1 million. Fashion 40 acres. Matter of fact, there's a property in East Central Florida that I used to live on that was 10, and that was like 1 million now. But that has like a horse. It's in like prime real estate. It has like horse stables, prime real estate location, houses built on it, all that crap. Whereas I think like 40 acres of farmland would probably go for, I don't know, probably $500,000. I think $500,000. How do you have orange, gray, and black hair? So this, I have ginger. I have some ginger in my beard. Then I have brownish, blackish top hair. And then the gray is from aging. The gray is from stressful living. They can't be offended, but we can distribute cards. Well, QC John says, how do you do reconciliation without it looking like revenge? There you go. We'll get cracking with the content momentarily. Dr. Plague Doctor says, morning point man, got a second date this weekend. I'm cooking dinner. Any recommendations to make one girl happy? I'm betting either homemade pasta or steak. I might ask her, like, what's your favorite meal? And then you'll find out whether or not she's a pasta girl or a meat girl. I like meat, and I think that like getting a good steak is more difficult than getting a good pasta. I can make pasta. I can't cook for shit, and I can make pasta, right? So unless you're like really, really, really good, like if you're busting out the olive oil and the pesto and the garnishes and the diced up chives and the meatballs or chicken or fish or something fancy or Alfredo, chicks love. I almost said the B word. Chicks love chicken Alfredo, bro. But if you bust that out. And also ask if she likes meat first. Like, be like, are you vegetarian? What's your favorite meal? You'll find out whether or not she's a pasta girl pretty easily. And then if you go with pasta, you can't just do pasta, no olive oil, no garlic, no garnish, pasta, red sauce, meatballs. If you do that, she's going to think that you're a cheapskate who doesn't know how to cook. If you go pasta, you're going to have to go all out. Zenus, this is very similar to my plan for reparations. White people subscribe to an N-word pass and the money goes to black people who were the descendants of slavery. Higher tier subscriptions allows for the hard R. I would do this. I would do this. I would make a voluntary subscription service. I would need a black representative though. Boondoxian Citizen, are you available? I would set up a Patreon, but realistically a Subscribe Star, because Patreon would take it down. And we would set up a Patreon, and we would take a 2% cut, 5% cut, for administrative costs, right? But what we would do is we would take, let's say that you spend $10 a month or $20 a month for, let's put it at $20 a month. I think $20 a month is reasonable. $20 a month for your N-word pass. And so what your N-word pass does is you start paying $20 a month. we get a nice laminated N-word pass, and it says, this is good for 1 year, effective date, this date, expiration date, this date. This person is paying $20 a month to, reparations for the African American community. As a result, this is their N-word pass with, and then we'll do the A level and we'll do the ER level. And ER level will be like $50 a month or $100 a month or something like that. But then what we would actually do is we would take all of the money and we would put it in a pool, and then that pool would be used for like legitimate reparations. Like we would actually just find a family or two of Black folk who need help getting to where they want to go, and we would like put their kids through college and shit. It would be horrible. It would be horrible optics. Everyone would hate our guts. It would be funny. It might work, and you could probably do some good with the money. So yeah. They chose Trump because of MAGA lies, nothing else. Sure. It is simple as crime and punishment. Why the hell are people doing crime still? Jesus. Depends on the real estate. Right. I think $500,000 is reasonable. If you still support Trump after January 6th, as far as I'm concerned, you broke your oath of enlistment, but Biden opened the border, which is practically the same thing as instigating insurrection. That's what I'm saying with the contrarians. The contrarians do that. Harley says, fuck both those meals. Make something more interesting, even if you think it's not that nice if it looks good. Yeah. B-words love aesthetics. Eben says, you don't punish the voters, you punish the political class who enabled the illegal activity as conspiracy to crime. How are you going to do that, bro? How are you going to do that? Tell me who violated what laws and what we're going to charge them with. Conservative liberalism says 40 acres and a mule suggested agricultural work, homesteading. It wasn't oceanfront property. An acre of land in my neck of the woods is around $8,000, so 40 acres is $320,000. Dude, I would take $320,000 for people to be able to, say anti-Irish racial slurs. I'm just talking for me. Do you like me? Slowly pulls hand down pants. Oh my God, stop. Gilroy says, dang, steak is so easy. Put way too much kosher salt on both sides. Let it sit for an hour, then cook it on a grill at 450 for 5 minutes. Flip it for 7 minutes. Take it off the grill and let it sit for 10 minutes. True. How much to do blackface? Easily $100. Easily. That's going to be like the elite tier. That's got to be the elite tier. Plague Doctor says, I was planning on making the pasta and sauce from scratch. Oh, there you go. I was a chef for 5 years, so I was planning on making the pasta and sauce from scratch, maybe like a carbonara. Yeah, ask her. I would just say, hey, are you vegetarian or vegan? She says yes or no. Then you say, okay, are you a meat person or a pasta person? What are you into? Yeah. Yep. Groovy Harp says reparations are unusual in history. Sure. But I think the social cachet of the N-word pass would be enough to raise millions of dollars. Why would you put money in a pool? It'll get wet. Patriarch says, Connor, if you get elected, I'm putting my money in Nike stocks. That feels racist. But that's okay. This is the kind of racism that I'm going to infect. You don't want me in the Democratic Party. If you want me in the Democratic Party, you have to expect this kind of racism to become normal. Holy F, I just spent an hour and a half in a meeting, laughed my ass off. Hope y'all are doing well. We're doing great, said Patty. We're talking about monetizing the N-word pass. Ebbing says, I need about 10,000 words, a few bottles of wine, and a bunch of time, but there's legitimately a bunch of illegal stuff done by this admin. 2 quick ones directing the DOJ and enrichment from office. Yes, we can see you, Beef Supreme. Yes, we can see you. All right. Anyways, quick shout out to the people who have kicked off our chat. Anonymous Chatter with the $20 and Tristan Clark with the 5. Parasocial love you and thank you for the financial support. Wow, man says I don't see you, Beef. True. Let's do a little bit of an intro and let's get cracking. So I'm going to try to pull a Chud Logic real quick. I know a lot of people hate Chud Logic, but I'm going to do a little bit of a summary intro because I think what he does, which kind of sucks me into some of his videos, I watch a healthy chunk of Chud Logic videos, and normally I know all the players. And if there's somebody that I see that I don't know about and I don't really care and the drama sounds lame, I typically don't click on it. But what happened the other day is there was a drama that I didn't care about, but I clicked on it and he did like a 2-minute summary of who the players were and why, what the drama was before he went into the video. And I think that sucked me into the video and it kept me around for additional half hour. So I'm going to try to do that real quick where I just kind of do a summary of the players, or at least like why I'm interested in this content. So I'll try it. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. This is relevant, particularly to this debate, because we are going to have Tim Miller going up against Hasan Piker. In my opinion, those are the two players that I care most about within this little drama panel that we're going to watch. Reason being is that Hasan Piker, in my opinion, is a tanky apologist. He's an authoritarian leftist. He's infiltrated the Democratic Party. He's way too sanitized. He's way too tolerated within normie Democratic spheres. Whereas Tim Miller used to be a never Trump Republican, and now he's arguably a right-wing Democrat. And so this is kind of my frustration with this, is the mere fact that they're able to get onto a panel and be congenial to each other is frustrating to me politically. That being said, I want to see if they actually press each other on their political differences, because realistically, I do not think these people should be in a political coalition. Let's take a look.
Hi, everybody. Wow. I'm John Lovett. We're live at Cricket Con. Oh, yeah. All right, he's got people. Everybody here has got people everywhere, you know?
We're in the Reagan building, baby. I've co-opted your ass.
Can't lose control just yet. In his 1992 convention speech, Bill Clinton, who is perfect, said of Republicans who were at the time angry about Murphy Brown being a single mom on television, if other politicians make you feel like you're not part of their family, come on and be part of ours. Republicans were the hall monitors we were welcoming. 3 decades later, Trump found an audience among pretty apolitical comedians and media personalities and their fans who see Democrats as pious and scolding. The Democratic Party is widely reviled. A broad survey of working class voters described Democrats as, quote, woke, weak, and out of touch. Coming out of Tuesday, which was awesome. Semaphores Dave.
Woke Sharia.
What? Yeah.
Woke Sharia, baby.
We're all living in
He's not joking.
Mamdanistan now. Semaphores Dave Weigel put it best in summarizing the exit polls. What do you think of the Democrats? They stink. Who did you vote for? As many Democrats as possible. So where do we go from here? Joining me, our streamer and political commentator, Hasan Piker. MS Now's Simone Sanders. The Bulwark's Tim Miller. And the co-host of The Five, Fox News' Jessica Tarlov. Tim, I want to say.
Base Perry for $5 says, I volunteered to be your first recipient. I'll even sell the NPR pass for $25 as an early bird special. Thanks, Perry. Okay. So first, I need to make my what do you do it where you have my link tree? I've needed to make my link tree since like mid-October. So first, I need to make my link tree. Then I need to make sure that all my links are active and functioning. Then I need to actually plug all my Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars content onto my other channels. Then I need to do Community of Grill Hottest merch. Then we'll start working on the Reparation N-word pass pool fund.
Start with you, and I want to just concede that this is like a big topic, and it can be hard to tease out style from substance, strategy, ideology, but I want to start with that 2024 dynamic. You have Trump and his allies on Rogan and a whole bunch of apolitical shows and media. In hindsight, Democrats say, oh, we need Democrats that can go everywhere. They have to go everywhere just like Trump did. But then we look around and we say, well, who are the Democrats that can do that? And as a former
Wowman says, do you take Zelly? Absolutely.
Republican, as a pilgrim in an unholy land, who's gone from viewing Democrats being annoying as an asset to a liability. Like, where is your head at?
Well, I was happy about the woke Sharia in New York, but you do have to remember that the CIA has taken over in Virginia across the river. So the deep state establishment is also on the rise.
Big tent.
Big tent. You know.
Okay, this is a joke, and I'm happy that Tim has found his niche. However, I will say that this is one of the alarming things about this entire dynamic for me. Mamdani should be an alarm bell. And I understand that there's like very specific reasons why he got elected. New York City is deep blue. They obviously have a cost of living crisis that is probably the worst in the country. Their government is not particularly responsive. The law enforcement is viewed as unresponsive, kind of stupid. There's a whole host of reasons for why. And then also Cuomo like split the moderate vote along with whatever the Republican's name was. I forget who his name was, but he was like a guardian angel at some point, and he got shot by the mob at some point. Apparently he's like a total psycho, but he's actually like a charismatic psycho. So the Republican and Cuomo split the moderate vote, which is why Mamdani won. So I understand that. But a never Trump Republican recently becoming the right wing of the Democratic Party, kind of being like, ha ha ha, a socialist or a communist in power, that frustrates the shit out of me and it kind of pisses me off. So yeah. El Messer, I know it's a joke. There should be some contention there. There should be heat. El Messer for 100 DKK says, libs to reject the hysterical, femme-aggressive nonsense and most social theories from subversive, disaffected post-1968 communists. It enables the right wing to get away with a lot of crazy stuff and still be electable. I mean, I agree.
You know what, love it. You guys are kind of annoying, and it is something that we're dealing with. And I think that it's important to just accept it and think about it. And the fundamental question that you got to, which was, okay, well, we need a Rogan of our own, or we got to be able to go hang out with these, folks. We got to be appealing more to the comedian set. And then it's like, well, who would go on the podcast? And then it's like, well, are you available? Are you? Like the list is kind of short, right? And so, we can't create people from scratch, but I think that it's important. When I look back at the mistakes the Democrats made that got us to this place, it's like, Biden wins in 20 when everybody's inside, right? So you didn't have to be out there. And then in 22, it's like, well, we didn't have a red wave. So it's like things are going pretty well, right? And so I just think that there was a lot of just inertia and status quo happening. And a lot of the problems that were undergirding that, a lot of things people were frustrated with about COVID or about the not as fun parts of woke Sharia, right? Like there wasn't a lot of reflection on that, and I think that it's good to reflect on it now. And I think that Tuesday was awesome, but just because we did really well on Tuesday because Trump is fucking everything up does not mean that we shouldn't also think about how we can continue to kind of expand out and appeal to more people.
Simone.
Yeah. His use of the word "we" makes me uncomfortable. But anyways, and also kind of like the tepid, I have some problems with woke Sharia. But guys, this is the problem. I'm just going to hit this every single time. Wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, dissolution of the social fabric. Dissolution of the social fabric is probably, I would put that as the one that we can actually solve as a community. Existential technological shifts, we can't do shit about it. We just have to ride the waves of existential technological shifts. But having a coherent social fabric is the way that will make this thing less bad. Rapid demographic change, tamping down on immigration is going to help with that. But at the same time, being intentional about integration of new Americans is going to help with rapid demographic change, and restoring social fabric is going to be a part of that as well. And then wealth inequality is the biggest one that needs to be addressed at a systemic level. But what I want you guys to realize is that there are all sorts of conservatarian, libertarian, Republican arguments that are true. So for instance, most poor people have central air. Most poor people have a refrigerator. Most poor people have a television. And so what Republicans argue, or what laissez-faire economics people argue, is that the poor realistically have it the best that they've ever had in history. Okay? They really do. Compare being a peasant in, I don't know, a thousands medieval Europe compared to being a peasant nowadays. Being a peasant nowadays is infinitely preferable. However, people don't feel that way. And the reason why they don't feel that way is because they compare their material circumstances to their neighbors and to what they see in pop culture. So if you're working 50, 60 hours and your wife is working 10 to 30 hours in order to raise a family of one or two on the wrong side of the tracks, making barely enough money to survive, you're always behind on your bills, and you're in a neighborhood that's rough with bad schools where people are constantly getting murdered because they're part of the drug trade, you're not going to feel like you have it that good. And so as a result, raising the floor where people actually do have decent schools, people do have decent access to economic opportunity, people do feel like there's hope in their lives, people do feel like they are able to work a honest day's work for an honest wage that allows them to take care of their family and pay for their kids' extracurriculars and go and enjoy and go watch their kids' baseball game. If you violate the social contract to the point that the working class doesn't feel like they're getting a fair shake, they will go to radicalism. They just will. Descriptively, they will. And so I understand that the right wing is uncomfortable with addressing economic issues, but we're going to have to. Grassroots for 20, thank you for the donation, King. Libertarians get a card that says, I didn't vote for reparations. I bought my N-word pass from a black neighbor. Nice.
It seems like Democrats are often in a trap, which is Trump or one of his acolytes does something genuinely offensive, whether it's attacking or undermining a democratic institution or going after a vulnerable group of people. And Democrats want to defend those people, right? But then at times, sometimes they seem like they're writing their own version of the Federalist Papers, or they are doing what is then described as identity politics. And so how do you fight back against Trump when he's attacking people, when he's making an issue of marginalized groups, without then being seen by a broader group, of being focused less on, say, the economy? Like, how do you square that circle?
Well, I'm from North Omaha, Nebraska. Shout out to the Midwest people in the room. Yes, there are black people. There are black people in Nebraska all over this country. Maybe not North Dakota.
UQ actually corrected me and said that Mamdani got more than 50% of the vote. All right. Well, that's worse. like that's worse.
And so I say that because earlier this summer, a black man who is a Democrat unseated a 3-term Republican mayor in Omaha, Nebraska. And we can clap for that. His name is John Ewing. And John Ewing, I grew up knowing John Ewing. I know him very well. But in that race, like in many other races across this country that have happened since 2024, one of the issues that the Republican candidate tried to, pull to the forefront were...
Real quick, I want to listen to this, but AKA Batusai says, do we think it's not bad that Biden and Trump are the best the two parties can offer us? We live in a gerontocracy, okay? Gerontocracy is where like the old people rule. We live in a gerontocracy, and there's a certain level of you have to pay your dues before you're handed the keys of power. There's a certain level of that. I don't think that it's a great way to run a society, but I think that the way that you run that society is by having competent middle managers and competent old people. So no, I don't think it's good that Biden and Trump are the best that we had to offer, but we've kind of lived in a society where we revere our elders for 200,000 years as a species.
Bathrooms and trans issues. And you know what John Ewing's answer was? Well, first of all, he had an answer. He put up an ad to answer the attacks, which I think is really important. You cannot let attacks go. You cannot allow your opponent, as a former strategist, you cannot have your opponent defining you and you not answering. So that's part of it. I think specifically coming out of 2024, a lot of candidates did not answer the attacks. And some people were just like, oh, no, that's not me. And it's like, well, who are you? But John Ewing put up ads and went out there and did speeches and was on the streets talking to folks during interviews and whatnot and campaigning and saying, she's doing this because she don't want to talk about the potholes. She doesn't want to talk about the issues that are affecting you. She's want to make up this issue that I'm not talking about. She doesn't want to talk about the potholes. And so I think the answer is not to run away from the confrontation. Like, you're not about to make me as I used to always tell candidates, don't allow these folks, anybody, any of your opponents, to make you believe that you're for an issue that you've never taken up. Like, I don't know what the hesitancy is from some of the campaigns and the strategists over the last, couple of cycles to just not be clear about what folks are for and what they're not for. Because in 2024, that they them ad was seen everywhere. And Black people in Philadelphia told me, the organizers in Philadelphia said that everybody had saw that ad and there was no counter, and they believed it. So I do think that, I don't think Democrats need to do a wholesale, like, you need a full brand rebrand, because I think, frankly, the Democrats.
UQ says, I got my N-word passes from the black market. Chapingro for 5 says, some days you make me proud to be a Never Trump center. Some days you push me back towards libertarianism. This is one of those days. Listen, Chapingro, I get it. But at the same time, listen, I wish I could just be a libertarian, man. I wish I could just say, I still want to, let me win you back real quick, Chapingro. I want to reduce the individual tax rate. For people making under $200,000, it should be, I think that it should be like 10% for under 100, or for 100,000 or less. And I think it should be like 12% for under 200,000. $200,000, those people are not, they are doing well. They're doing excellent. That's like the middle class. But the middle class, for single people, they're being punished. The middle class single people are being punished. They're being punished because as soon as you start making more than $50,000 a year, they're taxing you at 22%. That's effing crazy. Okay. And then once you break 100K, you start getting taxed at 24%. That's crazy. And so kind of like, I know that a decade ago, 2 decades ago, a 6-figure salary was awesome. But nowadays you need 6 figures. If you're running a family, you just need 6 figures to survive relatively well. And so that's where, for me, single middle-class people are getting screwed, and we need to totally reform that tax bracket. Like, looking at that, I was like, holy shit, I feel more libertarian looking at the individual tax bracket under 200K. So just because I want to take tax revenue and improve the educational, work opportunities and nutritional opportunities of the working poor and poor doesn't mean that I want to hurt the middle class and the lower class in order to do it. Nor do I want to penalize being rich to an extreme degree. I want to penalize being rich to a normal degree, a sane degree.
Democratic Party brand, it might never be popular. But what may be, and that's okay, because what you need are candidates who people like and they want to vote for and who they believe in. And if the brand is popular or not, I think the Democrats need to be less concerned about rehabilitating the brand of the Democratic Party apparatus and more concerned about running candidates that are close to the issues in the districts and places that they're trying to win. Tim don't agree. Tim don't agree.
I know. I mean, the brand is boned. I agree with that.
The brand was poo-poo, and people voted for Democrats anyway. Yeah, so to me, that says people are willing to support candidates even if they think your brand is shitty.
Well, I think that, I don't know. I think that's an important part of what I think the dynamic we see, right? Which is, there was just a report that came out that said, "Oh, here's a set of policies that are broadly popular that Democrats should embrace going into the midterms," and they're pretty moderate and sort of.
Oh, a bunch of these people that lost some races and hadn't won recently put this report out.
Yeah, it was shocking. I for one was shocked when I saw that report. I was like, wow. So do the exact same thing that the Democrats have been doing that caused them a sequence of failures.
Okay, sorry. I'm just going to summarize this real quick because I think we're going to have to cut through the fluff because there is a lot of fluff here. For Tim Miller, I do think that he's like, ha ha ha, I'm more right-wing than you guys. And realistically, woke Sharia is pissing a lot of people off. So stop being so woke Sharia. He said it jokingly and amicably, but I still think that's a decent observation. What Simone something said is get representatives who are actually hooked into local issues to the point that they can talk to people's actual everyday anxieties and concerns. That's a valid point. Like, why are we fighting? Trans bathrooms hits because Republicans want to talk about trans bathrooms because it's a culture war issue where they can say Democrats are a bunch of like weird, degenerate sex freaks who are trying to get perverts to go into the bathroom with your daughter. And then because Democrats feel like they need to defend that, they say, oh, well, we love trans people, protect trans children, protect trans adults, this, that, the other. And then because of that, the insult, especially among conservative circles, sticks. That's a talking point that resonated with conservative circles. So I think what Simone brought up that's accurate is effectively saying, like, get a representative who is smart enough not to take the bait on trans issues and say, hey, they're trying to distract from the real issues. The real issues are your roads suck, your schools suck, your economic opportunities suck. We have, not only do we have, what do they call it? Brain drain. Not only do we have brain drain from the international community where we're stealing the world's best and brightest, we have brain drain from our local communities where kids in rural areas or smaller cities are not sticking around because they don't think that there's like sufficient economic and social opportunity. We need to rebuild our cities. We need to start thinking intelligently about how to cultivate strong businesses and industry. We need to do this. We need to do that. And you gotta localize it to the point that people are like, oh shit, actually, yeah, all of that stuff is way more important. So yeah, I think that's an astute observation from Miss Simone, even if it's annoying. Now, that being said, I do want to back up a second or two because I don't know what the study is that they're making fun of.
That's good. The Democrat, I for one
Lost some race.
To the midterms, here's a set of policies that are broadly popular that the Democrats should embrace going into the midterms, and they're pretty moderate and sort of.
Oh, a bunch of these people that lost some races and hadn't won recently put this report out.
Yeah, it was shocking. I for one was shocked when I saw that report. I was like, wow. So do the exact same thing that the Democrats have been doing that caused them a sequence of failures.
Wow.
That's good. I like that.
I knew that there was no way.
Moderate enough. That was what the issue was.
There was no way I was going to get to the end of that sentence. I don't even know why I considered starting it. But
$205K, you're going to start getting hit at that 25%. And then once you're over $500,000, you're getting hit at the 33. I know that I have Oilers who make a lot of money, but sorry. Like you can cry about my tax rates on your jet ski, okay? You can pull a Kenny Powers and you could be crying about a 33% tax rate on everything after $500,000. You can cry about it on your jet ski.
But taken. But when I hear what you're saying there, when I see a report like that, I see a group of people struggling against a brand that is in the toilet and a bunch of people trying to win despite that, which is another way of saying we're in a ravine. Let's find the highest spot we can here in this trench that we're stuck in. But there's the reason I think this question is important, even if you're right, like people win despite disliking the Democratic Party, people hate Congress like their congressperson. I do think it's worth asking to what it is like to imagine a world in which Democrats are broadly popular. So,
how many gummies you take before coming out here?
So, which brings me to Jessica. So I'll reveal something to all of you, which is John, Tommy, and I share an office perfectly. And we often, if not more often than not now, switch over to Fox News during the day. And we do because we want to see what's happening over there. But also, it's entertaining. It is. They're having fun over there.
True story.
And Jessica, I want you to talk about like what it is like to be in that environment, because part of what is so fun is their just collective appreciation and shared view of Democrats, which is that they're kind of feckless and funny and ridiculous.
They definitely.
Okay. Grassroots says, when I get a raise, can we raise it to 230K? Yeah, sure. When whatever grassroots, so up to 100K for the individual tax rate will be 10%. Okay. 100K to whatever grassroots is making will be 12%. So whatever grassroots is making, that's the tax floor.
Enjoy that part of it. And I'm so glad that this conference is this week and not last.
Thanks, man. Sorry, this is a really good shout out. Wowman542 says, unrelated, but the Counterpoints sci-fi uploads kept me sane on long trade rides to Japan. So many thanks, King. Dude, my sincere pleasure. I'm going to do a quick shill for myself, okay? if you go to YouTube and you type in Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi, by the way, I think that I'm making good content because my Warhammer 40K content gets tens of thousands of views, and sometimes it gets hundreds of thousands of views, and I think it's good. I'm doing that in reference to Star Wars. So right here, I have the really, really, really good Old Republic cinematics. I have those did excellent, like 500, 300 views, 500 views, 700 views on a new channel with 300 subscribers. Thank you to 3 new subscribers within the past hour, by the way. And then I'm doing the rest of the breakdowns chronologically. So, of course, I started with the Acolyte, and the Acolyte kind of sucks, but the first 2 got decent viewership. And then even though this is the most action-heavy video, weirdly enough, this one got the least. But I think it's because it's so visibly the Acolyte. And then same thing with this one. It's so visibly the Acolyte that I think people they just didn't click on it as much, which is fine. The Acolyte is a mixed bag. But then Phantom Menace Part 1 did well. Phantom Menace Part 2 didn't do as well. I have no idea why. And then The Fall of Count Dooku didn't do well until I started posting it to Discord and whatever. But realistically, like, we're going to build up a decent library where you're going to be able to go through the entire Star Wars chronology in reference to media and have, like, not only is it going to be a decent narrative summary for stuff that you might not want to watch, but it's going to have all of the lore that you might not have known that would be interesting. And then Counterpoint Sci-Fi, the same thing. So I did a video called The Unified Timeline, where I took every science fiction thing that has existed ever. I actually took like 10 to 20 different science fiction universes, and I put them into a mega prehistory of Warhammer 40K. And now what I'm doing is I'm moving them through them chronologically. So I did do Prey, the Predator movie with Comanches. I did do Predator Killer of Killers, which is awesome and a very good TV series, and you should check it out. Then I did a trailer breakdown for Predator Badlands because that was getting released. And then I just did the Proto-Molecule Incidents, which I expected to be a smaller video. Because it's effectively taking the scene from Prometheus where that guy melts himself with black goo, and the scene from The Thing where they find out who the Thing is and then they blast it with a flamethrower. But I'm going through these things pseudo-chronologically, and eventually, dude, we're going to have Titanfall. We're going to have every Aliens TV show or every Aliens movie except for some of the AVPs. We're going to have all the Predator stuff. We're going to have the Expanse. We're going to have, I'm trying to think of what else. We're going to have the Avatar series, but of course, I'm going to be more favorable to the Marines than I'm going to be to the Native Americans. Yeah, so it's going to be a really, 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 really good time. So if you guys are a fan of science fiction, if you're a fan of Star Wars, if you're a fan of my Warhammer 40K channel, check out those other 2 channels. It's really good. And I think we're making good content, and eventually it's going to pop off. Anyways, sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the shill. Back to the content.
This week, because we'd all just be sitting around crying and looking at that memo and saying, well, this is 57% popular, so I think we should go with that. But now we have some wins, and we have this diverse set of wins. So I have had a way better couple of days.
Yeah, they've been almost circumspect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sometimes they got a little rowdy too, but you can't dispute results like that. You can't dispute a Mamdani win and a Spanberger win and whatever happened in the Mississippi State House. And I'm obsessed with whatever a public commissioner is in Georgia. That, I still
when
don't know.
Nobody shows up to vote, we win.
Yeah.
It's important to remember.
But the joy is important to the formula that makes Fox so appealing as a set of programs to watch. And I think about it in context of the joy campaign of 2024 that was not, right? We were being told all the time, like, you're having so much fun. Like, Brat's summer feels great. And I did feel great at the DNC because I thought that was the moment of, like, maybe we have a chance. But it was fleeting, and it's always on our side.
Bro. Shapingro for 5 says, it's the uwu kawaii social construction without any discussion of incentives. Allah, we can just snap our fingers and make better cities to fix inequality. Sure, but Let's talk about that deeper a different time.
I think since the 2016 election, it feels like it's forced upon us versus it's coming from within. There may be individual candidates that we're into. I've gotten super excited about people, down ballot all over the place, or, I love Ruben Gallego. Like, that's always fun for me to talk about. But because we have this kind of uniform policy of stay in line, it's joyless. Because you can't feel free to criticize somebody that you disagree with, or, you're going to get scolded by this person and that person. And the Republicans, generally speaking, live free of that amongst themselves. I mean, criticizing Trump is a whole other thing, but they go about their business in a way that we don't, and that I think that we're adapting to, at least based on these election results. And Fox captures that there are people who have kind of like a shared core set of values maybe, but they're not taking themselves that seriously. They're not scolding each other. Like, it also matters in the quality of the programming. It looks great. Our graphics are beautiful. Our lighting is fantastic. Are you making a face?
Look, I'm your Fedayeen. I'm your biggest diehard fan. Okay, but no, I don't think the Fox News graphics are beautiful. Look, I respect what you do, especially because, like, if I had to sit next to Jesse Waters and Greg Buttfeld the entire time, I would kill myself. And the fact that you have been able to successfully sit in that room every day and just white knuckle through Jesse Waters' snide ass remarks is impressive.
Maybe that's the content that we need to steal. Maybe we need to watch some Jessica Tarlov, because it's my understanding that effectively she's in the lion's den, and she's really feisty and she throws elbows and all that kind of stuff. She throws elbows to the point that a lot of the Fox News audience wants her to get fired. But I think that it's the same thing, like when we watch a debate, bro, that we really, really, really don't like, but then chat's popping off and throwing out super chats and all that kind of shit. I think it might be the same thing with Jessica Tarlov, where effectively they hate her, but they love to hate her. Somebody did mention that there's a new Stargate show coming out. If it's good, maybe I'll break that down. Stargate SG-1, Stargate, the original movie, was one of my favorite movies as a kid. Like, having hard military, I know that it's probably corny now, but having like normal soldiers go through a portal into an alternate reality where people are worshiping alien parasites as Egyptian gods. And so the soldiers get their asses kicked by technologically more advanced Egyptian like parasite soldiers in like Horus and Anubis masks. That was one of the like coolest aesthetics ever. Honestly, just totally badass movie. But it is a little bit corny. And also, it kind of fucks with some of the other sci-fi shit that I want to do. So that's kind of why I didn't break down the Stargate movie chronologically. And then same thing, somebody said, oh, you're going to do Stargate, but you're not going to do AVP. Listen, AVP 1, that was PG-13 and had some battles between humans, predators, and aliens, was okay. But the whole thing of like a random strong black female protagonist accidentally killing a xenomorph, and then the Yautja being like, oh, you're one of us now, let's be friends. That was so fucking corny to me that I wanted to rip my eyeballs out. I actually, the first time I saw that in theaters, I was like, why the fuck would a Yautja ever ally with a human? And I understand, like, it's because killing a xenomorph is actually so difficult that if you kill a xenomorph, even luckily, you're considered a badass. But that still just makes me cringe out of my skull. And then same thing with AVP versus AVP Requiem. The reason why that fucks up my timeline is because they nuke an American city, right? They nuke an American city in the early thousands. Now, you could say like, oh, well, it was an industrial accident and you never heard of it and this, that, the other. But I think part of the suspension of disbelief that I want to maintain is I want the science fiction breakdowns that I do to be plausible. Not plausible, possible. So for instance, like, I know Yautja aren't real, but couldn't it be that Native Americans fought aliens and then we just kind of been passed down this story that they fought monsters, that they were just like monsters of the forest? And as a result, like we dismiss it as mythology, but realistically it could have happened. I kind of like that suspension of disbelief where our world could become the science fiction world that we're talking about. So I don't know. It's one of my autistic quirks. In reference to Hasan being a douchebag, though, maybe we should check out Jessica Tarlov. Maybe she does good content.
It is.
Concur.
Thank you. And it is nice to be amongst my people, which I'm usually not.
Exponential Entropy says it's an incentive for marriage. Yeah, but I don't want to punish people. I don't want to punish people for being individually successful. Like, if you want to, I think 10% is fair. So if you want to bump the marriage tax rate to 10% or something like that, or if you want to bump the individual tax rate for people making more than 100K to 15%, we could dial it in. But at the same time, in this day and age where making 200, sorry, you've inspired a rant. My apologies to the viewers, but I hope you enjoy my rants to some degree. When I was growing up, the economy was not this bad. Okay. McChickens and McDoubles were $1. Okay. A large soda was $1.29. And you could go out and buy weed for $25, $30 with your boys. And if you were working minimum wage, it sucked. I'm not saying it didn't suck, but if you were making $8 to $10 an hour and you were living with your parents, or even if you had roommates, if you had 2 or 3 roommates and you were making $10 to $15 an hour, you could have 2 or 3 roommates and you could get by, right? You could get by. But I think what's happened is the wages have stagnated for so long, and affordability, the cost of apartments, the cost of food, the cost of cell phone service, the cost of a car, the cost of car insurance, the cost of gas has crept up. And it's crept up for so long that now the way that you live when you were making $10 an hour with 3 roommates is what you have to do to survive. And you actually, like, if you wanted to drink booze with your friends, if you wanted to smoke pot, if you wanted to hang out, if you wanted to party, if you wanted to do this, if you wanted to do that, you're actually making a choice between groceries and paying your cell phone bill on time and having a good time as a young person. And there was also an economic ladder that you could climb relatively easily, where if you got a 4-year degree in an in-demand field, you could get a 6-figure salary getting out of, like, go watch Waiting. Okay. If you go watch the movie Waiting, which is set in the early thousands, if you got an engineering degree, if you got a JD, like a law degree, if you got a medical license, if you got some kind of tech certificate or whatever, you could find a 6-figure job or not a 7-figure job. You could find a 6-figure job. You had to be smart and you had to be talented, but if you were smart and talented, you could still get that relatively easily. And a 6-figure job meant basically you could do whatever the fuck you wanted. On $100,000 a year, you could have a trophy girlfriend or trophy wife. You could afford nice cars for the both of you. You could afford a house on the right side of town with decent education for your kids. You could afford your medical. You could afford your dental. You could afford a middle-class life on $100,000 a year. Whereas now, it seems like, to me anyways, I need $100,000 a year just to survive. Obviously, I'm only making like 80, so I am surviving off of 80. But 80 is just surviving between me and the wife. Like, between a mortgage, one decent car, car insurance, gasoline, commuting, groceries, cell phone bill, student loans, because I do have student loans. We just pay bills. That's all we do. And so for me, I want to restore. If the government is taking a quarter of your paycheck after $50,000, you're not living the same economic life that I was able to live 20 years ago. And it's partially the fault of the government because they're taking 25% of your paycheck after 50K. And then same thing with after 100K to 200K. Listen, I love my 200K a year brothers. There's plenty of 200K Oilers in this chat who are just like, oh yeah, Connor, I'm doing good. Here's $50. Here's $100. Here's $20. Here's 5 super chats that are $10. I got plenty of Oilers who make 200K, but I don't even think that it's as easy for them as it was 20 years ago. because the cost of living has increased. So instead of getting jet skis or having an affair and getting a second family and being able to buy a Mercedes for cash, these guys have to budget too. And so that backslide economically is actually depressing to me. I'm sorry for the rant, but I hope it resonates with you guys. Yeah, I would probably, whatever economic incentive we would need for marriage through taxation, I would just increase the ceiling or increase the floor, I suppose. So if you're making less than 250K, maybe you pay a 15% tax rate. If you're making less than 100K as an individual, maybe you pay 10%. For a married family, maybe up to 150K, you pay 10%. And then after that, maybe you pay 12. And so there's still a moderate financial incentive from a tax basis to get married. But once again, I want professionals to have fun. And I want working class people to be able to survive with some level of dignity. Anyways, back to it.
Like cautiously weaving through here, but my point in bringing it up, and you don't have to love our graphics, even though they're copied in every movie and things like that. It's like the official look of it. But
yes, Fashion 40, Gundam. We can't forget Gundam. Thank you for your large donation. We will do Gundam, obviously.
but even when
The PR people love Jessica. She is a favorite of the Fox PR folks.
but nothing is taken that seriously. And that's not the case in liberal media. And that doesn't mean you're not talking about serious things, but there's this feeling like it is not the end of the world in every topic that you're discussing. And this idea that we can just go and show up in conservative spaces or, come for an hour and you have to be open to those kinds of things, like, doesn't capture how hard it is for people who vote like me and some of the things that I think to genuinely form bonds and interact on a ongoing basis with people who you disagree with. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is not getting to know the other side. Living amongst them and spending time with them is. And I think that's why I'm able to do my job and have a reasonable therapy bill, like not insane, but we know each other like the family that it looks like, which is dysfunctional, but it's still a family. And people who watch the show, and we have 20% Democratic viewership, like, still get that.
Hasan,
Sorry, I know it's maybe not the answer you guys wanted, but
I do.
You're not getting a lot of claps because you're defending Fox News in this room.
Well, I think let me speak. I want to talk to Hasan about what you just said. But before, I heard something from the crowd, and I think it reflects what they're feeling, which is, well, they're not taking it seriously because these are people that are not appreciating the consequences or are ignoring or telling themselves a story about the consequences. And I know you know that. But that's a challenge for the left. I think sometimes we are seen as upset or scolding because we're motivated by like a deep set of values. And when you watch Fox, there's a frivolousness to it, but maybe that's a kind of carelessness about what's happening to the country.
I totally agree with you about certain issues. Absolutely. And I make that very clear, and they can make fun of me or whatever, but elections have consequences. And we saw on Tuesday night that the American public sees through it. That's the point. Like, people get all hot and bothered about how conservatives are reacting to certain things and that they're being dismissive, but they are the ones that think the American public is stupid. And we're the ones who know that they can see what's going on. So whether you get 90 seconds of talk time or you get to talk for hours a day on your podcasts or on your live stream, all the things for Hasan, like.
Babylon 5 is not on the list, but I've had people mention it multiple times. So maybe I'll take a look at it. But for me, like Andromeda, Babylon 5, Star Trek, all that kind of stuff, they're TV shows, number one. So that would mess up the continuity where I would just be breaking down a TV show for like 10 seasons. But then not just that. I want like visceral, gritty, near future violence. I want blood and guts. I want fear. I want the nasty shit. So if it's kind of more like the corny action, not so much.
They're the ones that are doubting people's capacity to understand. And so I get what you're saying, and I feel it. And sometimes I don't like being made fun of sometimes for being upset about American citizens taken into ICE detention and not getting to call their loved ones. But
Or how about rural hospitals getting shut down and people dying? Or how about hundreds of thousands of people already projected to be dead as a result of USAID and PEPFAR cuts? Yeah, so actually, this is a point that I think she made that I am sympathetic to, which is politics should be fun. Like we talk about serious shit every single day, and sometimes I get pissed off, and sometimes I go on a crazy rant, and sometimes I'm just like super angry. But I also hope that you guys like have fun hanging out. Like I hope that I'm articulating things that you're pissed off about. I hope that you have fun making fun of some of the people that we watch. I hope that you have fun seeing some of their cringe, all that kind of stuff. But having fun, what they kind of made as a counterpoint is like, okay, well, the reason why you're having fun, or the reason why the people on Fox are having fun, is because they're economically and socially isolated away from the insulated is a better word, insulated from the consequences of their actions. They're all upper middle class. They're all middle class. And so as a result, if they get a tax break, but a few 100,000 people die, who gives a shit, right? Whereas with people who actually do care about broader humanity and do care about technocratically good policy, they might get pissed off if you kill several 100,000 people through incompetence. And I would argue that Donald Trump and the MAGA movement have killed arguably hundreds of thousands of people through incompetence. So I actually, I take both points quite seriously. Politics should be fun, but when you need to be pissed off, you should be pissed off.
Tuesday night, people showed up all over the country and said, fuck off. That is unacceptable.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com.
And I'm going to skip the Blinds.com advertisement. No offense, Blinds.com. Shout out to Blinds.com.
Hassan,
I got applause.
Hasan hasn't gone 17 minutes without talking since 2014.
honestly, the stage,
dying
the stage,
right now.
He's about to have an
the stage is
anxiety
vibrating, and I'm sorry it took this long to get to the fact that what we saw in New York on Tuesday in many ways feels like an antidote to some of this problem. You know, Zohran Mamdani is having fun out there, and he's also representing
This is going to piss me off.
like incredibly enthusiastic base of people who are finding community in being part of politics. And that does seem like something now that is more easily formed on the left. I can think of all the candidates and campaigns that have been left driven, that have built that energy and enthusiasm and sense of fun. Brett Summer was an exception. There was a moment where, look, we can all look back and be like,
Thanks, Sacred Snow.
I went full Brett.
I mean, I was there.
We were, yeah.
And as someone who was there to the DNC before I got kicked out, but on the last day, I actually found myself feeling a sense of anxiety over the course of every single day that passed, where I was like, why is everybody just like celebrating like we're at the end zone here, when it is not a guarantee that Kamala Harris is going to win? And I kept warning over and over again that there were a lot of unaddressed issues that the Democrats just kind of never wanted to acknowledge at all. And
Chapingro for 2 says, thank you for what you do, sir. Keeping me going today. Appreciate you, King. Thank you for the super chat.
Can we not just be excited we had somebody who could talk, though? Could we just have had 1 week? We were excited for a week because she could talk.
But
that was
I think
great. So like, just give us a break.
No, but the excitement that came into the DNC was actually because for some reason, right? And the reason is because people finally realized Joe Biden was, his brain was leaking out of his ear. I'm sorry. and for that reason, I know there's probably a lot of Democratic Party staffers in here. They're going to get really pissed off for me for saying this, but it almost felt like we had a competent party for once, and they were responsive to the people's needs. And that's the reason why everyone was excited. I was excited when I saw.
Listen, okay. I think what Simone said earlier is accurate, that get reps who are actually hooked into local issues. But I think Tim Miller thing is stop being so woke Sharia. Mamdani, realistically, I think he's woke Sharia. I think that he's probably giga progressive, super woke on trans issues, super woke on gay issues, probably super like xenophilic to the point where like I think people brought up in his commencement speech, he was talking about all the various New Yorkers who work in New York, and he effectively mentioned every single kind of person except for white Americans. Like he mentioned like Bengalis and Pakistanis and Indians and Hindus and Sikhs and Haitians and Dominicans and all that kind of stuff. And so he mentioned literally every single person but white people. Now, if you're being charitable, then you just go, oh, okay, well, he's trying to appeal to as broad of a coalition as possible, and the white people are assumed within his rant. But if you're skeptical and you do think that this guy is woke Sharia, then you're effectively like, he's probably not including whites in his, speech, because mentioning white working class people would the wokes and the progressives are already with you. The white guilt liberals are already with you. And if you mention the white working class, then you might be looking, number one, you'll probably be seen as pandering. But number two, you might alienate some of the people who view like white working class as either rivals or enemies because the white working class broke for Trump. So that's where, for me, I would emphasize Mamdani's success on hooked into local issues, where his campaign was effectively like, I'm going to deal with the cost of living when it comes to housing. I'm going to deal with the cost of living when it comes to transport. I'm going to focus on the things that actually affect you on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to focus on making sure law enforcement is prioritized so you don't feel like you're an enemy combatant within your own city and your enemy is law enforcement. Like, those are the things that New Yorkers probably wake up every single day and worry about. And then he also did it within a charismatic package. So maybe this is cope, but I would think that the getting hooked into the local issues and not being overtly woke Sharia, and then on top of that, not hooking into the socialism and the communism and being uniquely charismatic is how Mamdani did it. Whereas I think that what Hasan is probably about to do, I could be wrong, is he's probably going to emphasize the more socialisty policies. So let's take a look and see how Hasan spins it.
Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz when she could have just as easily gone with Josh Shapiro, for example. I was like, oh my God, is this happening? Is there like an actual progressive momentum backing this candidacy, backing this campaign? And then they backpocketed him. And Kamala Harris went from saying that she was going to do price controls, and she actually very decently messaged around that by saying, we're just going to go after price gougers, right, at the grocery store, which was her most popular policy at the time, and directly addressed one of the main economic anxieties that people were experiencing. And then, lo and behold, her brother-in-law, who's head of legal at Uber, came on and was like,
I think Melody said this doesn't sound very Republican of you. Number one, Trump is winning off of economic populism. Number two, it doesn't matter. Like economics is coming for you whether you like it or not. The days of just having Republicans ignore the economy and cut taxes, those days are fucking over. It's over. Okay? In my opinion, it is so bad out there. I was talking to my rich friend who was putting himself through college. I was talking to him about cost of living issues in 2012, and they've only gotten worse. And political radicalism is only getting worse. So if you don't address the economics, you're fucked.
Cut this economic populism shit out. And then you had $50,000 in tax credits for small business owners, and that was not addressing the problems that people were experiencing. And I think that we have to do the honest autopsy of this campaign and realize that maybe people were excited for the progressive momentum that they perceived the campaign actually was going to have, and the responsiveness that the party finally had to the people's desires, to the base of voters' desires. But then they kind of just threw that into the wind and just kept pumping Liz Cheney, and refuse
Liz
to talk
Cheney.
about.
Sorry for wanting to help. Poor Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney, can I just do one thing on the honest autopsy though? Because here, I actually we can find some common ground on the economic populist stuff. I think that Kamala should have probably, in retrospect, obviously, had a more tangible message on economic populism. My problem with the walls thing though is that that relates to the topic of this panel is that I think if we're having an honest autopsy and looking back at the campaign, there were a lot of liberals that live on the coast that were like, whoa, this dude can change a carburetor and I can put on a camo hat. Like he's going to really, that guy is really going to connect with rural America because he seems like a guy that really connects with rural America. And people who like grew up in rural America who lived in red spaces are like, no, like that is the guy who was the PFLAG teacher at the rural high school. And by the way, being the PFLAG sponsor at a rural high school is awesome. That's a great thing to be. That everybody loves that. That's great. But like everybody who's from that world did not look at him and say, you code conservative, or like you have conservative values like me. They coded him. It's like, oh, you're the nice liberal at the school, right? And so I think that if we're going to have an honest reflection on the last campaign, the economic populism stuff was a miss for sure. But being seen as being to the cultural left and being out of step with the country culturally on a wide variety of issues, whether it be social issues or COVID or free speech or just being able to chill on comedians' podcasts, like that was a miss, and it was and people misunderstood what Tim Walz was bringing to the table. Because he was not able to do any of that.
Yeah, I think the cultural stuff is only relevant if that is ostensibly the only thing that you're bringing to the table. And unfortunately for the Democratic Party, I mean, these used to be wedge issues for a reason, right? These were concocted in think tanks with the deliberate design to make it seem as though there was some significant disagreements between the two parties, and they were created to make the Republicans more popular so that people would focus on whatever, the Family Foundation decided was a more successful way to present anti-trans narratives after focus testing their message. And more, when people are focusing on that, they're always going to go, okay, well, the Democrats are silly. Why do they care about this? This is like a tiny sliver of the population. Instead, they should, like, every moment that they're talking about that is a moment where they're not talking about like affordability, where they're not talking about like a working class centered party.
Where are the Democrats that ran on trans issues? Show them to me, people. Where are they? They didn't.
No, I
They
agree.
didn't.
I agree. They did not.
Oh no. Sorry. I kind of love this. I love Simone's passion because normally I would expect Simone. I'm not gonna lie. When I look at a shaved head black woman dressed in fancy garb, who's a commentator on, is she on CNN? She's on something. Yelling at Hasan Piker saying, where did the Democrats run on trans issues? Okay. I'm just gonna tell you, that 2019 Kamala clip of her saying like, oh yeah, we got trans healthcare for federal prison inmates and I'm super proud of that. I really care about trans issues, blah, 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 blah. The 20s were weird, man. The early 20s were weird. The late 10s were fucking weird. You guys were super woke. Like, I know libs don't want to hear that. They just want to be like, no. We were super moderate. We were super chill. No, you weren't. You might have been on an individual level, but I'm telling you, the cultural zeitgeist was super fucking woke. And the mainstream politicians were doing super fucking woke shit. At the DNC, some lady said, we as white people need to learn how to sit back and shut up. And she got applause. Like seriously, like do you understand how bad that sticks in people's minds? So hold on. What was it? Bill Nye the Science Guy. I know this is like, you're like, Connor, you're bringing up old shit. The Science Guy ice cream orgy. I don't know if this is going to pop up. Oh, yeah. This is by Riley Delicious and whatever. So 8 years ago. Forgive me, but
James Max.
Bill Nye the Science Guy, who was like everybody's favorite. Whenever the teacher rolled out Bill Nye the Science Guy on the LCD TV in high school and middle school, Bill Nye Saves the World. We were excited that Bill Nye the Science Guy was coming on to talk to us about like random science shit. Okay. But what happens is we had whatever this was, which was some progressive lady rapping about shit. And then also there's this argument about like, there was like vanilla ice cream that was like like representative cis heterosexual sex. And then by the end of the thing, they're like, oh, being gay is cool, and being trans is cool, and being bisexual is cool. And by the end of it, everybody jumps into a giant bowl and has an ice cream orgy. Do you know how fucking weird that was? To see your like middle school, high school science teacher tell you to stop being such a stiff and to go have like pansexual orgies. That was weird as fuck. And then not just that, white people need to sit down and shut up DNC. This was fucking crazy.
Black Lives Matter, and it makes me sad that we're even having that conversation. And that tells me that white leaders in our party have failed. We have to accept that there is prejudice that exists within our own party, and we have to be able to have that conversation. We cannot sweep that under the rug. We cannot, don't get it. I'm a white woman. I don't get it. I am pleased and honored to be here today to have the conversation. I am so excited that we're here, and I am listening because that's my job. My job is.
This entire speech makes me want to kill myself. Okay, I get it. She's the Idaho Democratic Party executive director. That's already a position of power within the Democratic stuff. And she was running for the DNC chair candidate. And I'm assuming she lost. But you understand that, like, her saying this shit, it was like, oh, a white woman running for the DNC is saying white people need to sit back and shut up. Fuck you. Okay, this did lasting damage. Let's do Kamala Harris, trans prison inmates, because Kamala Harris was woke.
For prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
So anyways, like 5-second clip. Hold on, here we go.
I learned that the California Department of Corrections, that they were standing in the way of surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. And there was a specific case. And when I learned about the case, I worked behind the scenes to not only make sure that that transgender woman got the services she was deserving. So it wasn't only about that case. I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need.
Now, if you're talking about like transgender adults, we can have this like technocratic debate about whether or not transgender inmates are deserving of taxes, like taxes being paid for their transgender surgery while they're incarcerated or whatever. We could have like a technocratic argument about it. And truth be told, I'm not that passionate about it. However, the way that this was spun, what Kamala Harris was doing, by the way, because I think this was in the 2019 run, she was virtue signaling. They were saying, what have you done for the trans community? And she says, I made it so, male to female inmates who are, or man to woman inmates who are in the California penal system, I made it so at taxpayer expense, they could get surgery. What? We can argue about medical necessity. We can argue about adult transgender people. We can talk about what is it? Gender dysphoria. We can talk about all that shit. You want to have a technocratic conversation, that's fine. But she did that's absolutely a fucking virtue signal. And that virtue signal was because it was in vogue at the time. And they took that clip and they beat the fuck out of her with it. So, sorry, I've been going for like 5 minutes. But the whole point is like, when Democrats and when progressives say wild shit, those clips live on in the cultural zeitgeist for years, if not decades. I'm still shocked by the ice cream orgy from Bill Nye the Science Guy. Anyways.
The Republicans.
But you actually brought that up, and I 100% agree with you. Where
Okay,
you said,
good. Sorry, I jumped out my seat.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you because you said the potholes, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're talking about the potholes and your opponent is constantly being like, but what about trans people? Then they look insincere and they look silly. And there is no reason to betray marginalized groups and decide that we're going to actively write them out of the equation because they're working class as well. And this is something that I have never compromised on, and yet seemingly I've been able to find like a very populist and robust movement in my own audience that does not compromise on these issues, but also is always in the affirmative, making the argument that we have to focus on kitchen table issues, if you want to use that kind of language around it, but like center the working class and try to seek out what their problems are, address them.
Him always being a fucking sock dumb in public pisses me off, but that's okay.
And also make this earnest attempt and show that we are honest about actually fighting for them.
Please, God, don't mention Wakanda. I'm actually good with Wakanda, man. Do you know what the funniest thing about Wakanda is? Wakanda. Okay, so let's look at Wakanda real quick. Wakanda warriors. Okay, so look at the Wakandan warriors. All right, they're the bodyguards of the king are all females. Okay, the Wakandan warriors are all females. Do you know what that's based off of? Guys, do you know what that's based off of? The female warriors of Benin. No. No. No, the Benin female warriors. Do you know what Benin is most famous for? Slavery. Like it was, you know what they're known for? Really, really, really bad slavery. Benin slavery. Dude, Benin was a warrior kingdom in West Africa that was like super famous for being competent warriors. They're basically like the female Spartans of their era who were actually like relatively speaking militarily competent. Movie about Benin warrior king woman. Dude, this is one of the funniest movies ever made. And I need to watch it sometime. I have to watch this movie. They get this chick, the gladiator of our time. Amazing. They took this chick, I think it's Viola Davis. She's like a relatively serious actor. She's been in a bunch of stuff. And she plays a Benin female warrior. And I think they fight a battle to like save the kingdom or something. And it might be against a rival tribe. But I think there's female, I think there's Europeans involved too somehow. And they just totally ignore the fact that like Benin at one point, I swear to God, Benin was like responsible for 80% of the slaves sold in the transatlantic slave trade during like a certain decade or a certain like 50-year period. Benin was like the most egregious slave state in West Africa. And so Wakanda, taking aesthetic inspiration from one of the worst slave kingdoms in West Africa, is one of the most fucked up and funny things to ever happen to progressivism, in my humble opinion.
And I think Zoran's campaign and its success was a fantastic example of this. I know people say it's in New York, but that's precisely what he did. 5 key issues. He went out, he asked people.
Beef Supreme, no offense, you're not a liberal. You're a gay libertarian. if you're isolationist and you think that like people just need to get good and bootstrap, you're a fucking libertarian, bro. I hate to break the news to you. You're a libertarian.
What's your problem? I'm going to solve it. And he centered his campaign around 5 key issues of affordability in New York. And lo and behold, in spite of 22 billionaires spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to take him out, in spite of a very hostile media environment, especially leading up to the primary, or certainly after the primary, they genuflected a little bit by the end. But and all of these attack ads, he still won.
Yeah.
Cameron Mosley said that shit made me vote for Trump. Dude, he's probably not joking.
I want to tease out.
No, it's your show.
I want to hear what you
I am your guest.
God, this is going great.
Are we having fun yet?
I'm at it. Are we having fun yet? No, Jessica, I want you to respond, and then I want to kind of tease 2 things out here.
Well, I agree. I totally agree. I just exist in a world where we can't behave that way. Like, not everybody who's going to run for office or who wants to have a voice can build the platform that you have. You're ridiculously talented, and
Damn, thank you.
no, but even being able to talk that long it's a skill set that I
Damn, bro.
who wants to have a voice can build the platform that you have. You're ridiculously talented, and
Damn, thank you.
no, but even being able to talk that long it's a skill set that I don't have. But when you say we don't need to deal with this, and I agree with you about the ad, and I remember when that happened, there are people who are running in races where you need to do more than that. Like we were talking earlier, I was over doing Tim's pod with him. We're talking about Jared Golden not running in Maine. And Jared Golden can't afford to win, to not talk about the issues that his constituents genuinely care about, because they also vote for Donald Trump. And for some of them, they just want to hear someone say, listen, I want to protect everybody. I'm an inclusive guy, but whatever happened with Leah Thomas, or that's always like the lightning rod, trans athlete issue. I understand your concern about, trans women in women's sports. That doesn't mean Jared Golden needs to say, I want a ban on this. It means Jared Golden says, like the head of the NCAA did when they testified, you're talking about 10 athletes out of 500,000. So it is a small fraction of the population, but I'm not going to dismiss your concerns. And this big tent and a winning coalition across this country.
See, Rachel P says, good God, just give them the boob job and the hormones. It doesn't hurt anyone. Conservatarians and conservative taxpayers don't see it that way.
Has to be compromising about what people need to do to win their races. I'm not talking about being bigoted. I'm talking about being bigoted. You should be like a little bit bigoted, okay? Like the fun racism, not the racism, the fun racism, okay? The fun level of bigotry where you rib your friend because you know your friend can take it and your friend ribs you back. We need just a smidge. Just like if there's legitimate racism and then there's like making a racist joke to your friends, and let's say legitimate racism is 100% racist, and let's say like making racist jokes to your friends is 10% racism, you guys need to move towards 10% racism. Nasty, but the country operates differently in different places. And I feel like we give lip service to that, but don't always behave that way.
The thing is, like, if the Democratic Party was defined by 5 key policies, okay? Medicare for all, a single payer system, socialized medicine, right? Something
which isn't even that popular, you idiot. Even Europe has multi-payer systems. Fuck. Dude, it pisses me off. Sorry, it pisses me off that AOC, Bernie Sanders, Hasan Piker, probably Zoran Mandami, let's be real, lots of progressives or whatever. The reason why they say Medicare for all is because Medicare pulls well with old people, and realistically, people want access to health care. And so they think that by combining universal access to healthcare with the concept of something that polls well, that they'll be able to argue that to the American people. But technocratically, it's actually like a dog shit policy. As far as I know, Medicare is already a third of the federal budget, because what happens is taxes go in, they're not put into an investment vehicle, and then the taxes go out. That's the way that Medicare currently works, and that's the way that Social Security currently works as well, is there's no investment vehicle that takes the money, turns it into more money, and then sends it out. It's like instantaneous. It goes to the federal government, then it goes straight out to payments. And so as a result of not having an investment vehicle, there's just not enough money. And so a third of our government spending is already Medicare. Another third is already Medicaid. Or it might be like 25% or 22% or 27% or some shit, but it's a lot. Okay. It's like a lot. So I think 40% overall is just medical spending between Medicaid and Medicare. So you're saying, let's move to a single payer. Most European countries don't have single payer. They have a public option, and then they have private insurance that gets you the Gucci shit. So, and then also like the NIH has its own problems, like the NHI or whatever, the British version, the UK version. Like how many countries, I'm going to Google it real quick. I know it's probably boring, but I'm going to Google it real quick. How many countries have single payer healthcare? There's no exact number of countries with single payer healthcare, but it's generally considered to be in the range of 16 to 17 countries, including like Canada, the UK, Sweden, and Taiwan. But I don't even think that's necessarily true. Is Canada single payer healthcare or multi-payer? Canada's system is a single-payer universal healthcare system for medically necessary services, meaning a single public system funded by taxes covers these core services for all citizens. However, the system has elements of multi-payer because its private insurance covers services not included in the public plan. That's what I'm saying. So single-payer is kind of like a misnomer. Medicare for all is more extreme than European or Canadian healthcare. Anyways, back to it.
Something of that sort. And a plan to expand the available housing units. I want socialized housing. That is not even broached. That's not even discussed amongst the Democratic Party. I want
because it's socialism, dumbass.
A federal jobs guarantee and a jobs program to build those houses, right? Free college and better education overall from K through 12. If those were like your 5 key signature campaign promises that directly tackle all of the issues that people, the economic hardships that people in the heartland are actually going through, and not just like, highly educated liberals in big cities, then any moment that these people would turn around.
Beef Supreme says, you just want to slap labels on me for some reason. I love slapping labels on people. Black, gay, Jew, Hispanic, Turk. I love labels. Labels are my favorite. But anyways, I want to address this real quick because we're talking about Benin and West Africa and Wakanda. Thanks, Christian Valeris. So for bringing it up. Real quick, I did a West African college class. I did West Africa all the way up to 1860, I think it was. And so it did talk about colonization and all that kind of stuff. And we did read a book called Things Fall Apart. And Things Fall Apart is a book that is supposed to be hailed anthropologically as one of the best books that like documents pre-colonial African society and also the impact of of colonialism. And what's interesting is that it's not a perfectly rosy picture of African society pre-colonialism. As an example, one of the things that was common during that time was for twins would be infanticided because it was viewed as voodoo. It was viewed as magic. And so if you had baby girl or baby boy twins, they would take twins, they would put them in clay jars and throw them out into the woods until they died of exposure. And one of like the introductory things was the fact that the narrator or whatever, I don't even know if the narrator might have been third person, but they were talking about the perspective of one of the characters. And one of the characters was horrified because they basically had to listen to these children cry for hours, like for a day, until they finally died of exposure. And then also there was like their guy, one of the protagonists, was a valued warrior of the tribe. He was like a strong guy. He was a strong agricultural farmer. He was like a good warrior who had fought in battle. Well, because he was like a revered character in the tribe, he took the hostage from another tribe. So another tribe, in order to broker peace between their tribes, they took the young child, like a teenager, basically like a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, as a hostage so they could maintain peace between the tribes. Well, what ended up happening, I don't know, halfway through the book, a third of the way through the book, is that treaty breaks down. And so this guy has to go into the woods, and he's developed like a paternal relationship with this 10 or 12-year-old boy, but the truce is violated. So he has to kill him. So him and like another 6 men from the village walk out into the woods with this kid. And the kid thinks that they're just going on another hunting trip. He thinks that they're just going on like another, like, oh, me and the boys, we're just going on out on an adventure. And then they hack him to death with machetes. This is all like pre-colonialism, by the way. And then what ends up happening is a British colonial government comes in and tries to take taxes. They get into like a musket fight and a machete fight. This guy kills one of the diplomats for the colonial government. So he has a murder warrant out for him. He can't resist the colonial authorities. And so ultimately he hangs himself and kills himself. And it's like a really depressing book. It's a really fucked up book. But my West African history professor, he was like, well, what do you think of the book? You know, like, what do you think? Was colonialism good? Was it bad? What was kind of the thing? And because this was early 2010s, a lot of my fellow college students were giving like woke answers. They were like, oh yeah, it was so bad when the Brits came in, they fucked up their society, and they fucked up the indigenous society, and they fucked up this and they fucked up that. And, you know, they dispossessed this man of his role in society and this, that, the other. And my answer, which my West African professor was from West Africa, like he was from Nigeria or some shit. And I was like, well, that depends on whether or not you're a twin. Right. And the guy, he kind of like pointed to his head and he kind of pointed at me a little bit. And I think that was one of the points of the book, Things Fall Apart, is like, yeah, colonialism, totally fucked up. Slavery, death, murder, this, that. But people have this like noble savage narrative about indigenous Americans and about West Africans, and it's just not true. Pre-colonial societies, maybe they would have been better if colonialism wasn't as brutal, but pre-colonial societies weren't perfect. And yet progressives, and to some degree liberals, they kind of like sanitize pre-colonial societies as if they were noble savages. Anyways, back to it.
To be like, well, what about trans people? They're going to get healthcare too. You could just be like, okay, what do you not want healthcare because you think a trans person is going to get it?
Well, I just want to be clear. There was a moment on a debate stage where they weren't talking about trans people, but in the Democratic primary in 2020, they asked, there was one of the large primary debates, and they asked, well, do you think undocumented people should have healthcare? And people raised their hand, and it was used as an attack ad. And
Oh yeah, it was.
It was an effective attack ad. So I think sometimes I agree with some of what you're saying. Okay, the dig at small businesses, I disagree with, because the biggest driver of wealth in African American communities outside of government jobs, which is why the fact that 300,000 Black women have lost their government jobs is a blow to like wealth ascension in this country for Black women, is small businesses. And so the small business plan was a plan that spoke to working class Black and brown people in this country who do not work at large corporations, but had an idea, wanted entrepreneurship, and then they saw a plan for them. And so it was a wide, tense situation. But I guess my point is to Jessica, what Jessica is saying, yes, I do think candidates have to be, you got to run for your district. You got to run for the race that you're in. As a, I'm a Black woman from the Midwest every day, everywhere I go. Okay, I live in Washington D.C., but I'm Black and I'm bald. So there are some things I think I hear when these conversations come up, and I've said in strategist rooms when they've come up on campaigns I've worked on, and I hear them on the sets and the commercial breaks when we have some of these candidates on our show. It feels like to some people that look like me that the people within the party apparatus want folks to compromise on issues that for me are uncompromisable. When folks say that. And so, like, I do think that if the party is like, look, people need to, I think the answer is people need to run for the race that they're in. Okay, well, what does that mean? Does that mean because let's be very clear, Donald Trump and the Republicans, they aren't looking for a big tent. They're like mass deportation, F you, look at my one good black person, shithole countries in Africa, all the brown people need to be deported. Women got blood coming down their eyes.
Like, Turk was the worst insult there. Turk's not supposed to be an insult. I know the way that I said it, it sounded like an insult, but those were just descriptors. Nice.
But like, yay, we're going back to a meritocracy, and that means only white men. Like, hold on, what? But they were winning. And so they didn't win because they opened up the aperture and let people do what they need to do. They won because they tripled down on what they believe, even if what they believe.
Right. That's just not. I'm sorry. That sounds good, and I like it. I want it to be right. It's just not right.
They didn't win because they tripled down on what they believe.
No, they did triple down on what they believe.
Yes, they tripled down on racism.
Yeah.
It was populism, but populism is a thin ideology mixed with a thick ideology, according to Cass Mudd.
Simone,
His populism had a lot of things in. It was an economic populist, but populism.
Dang, bro. Look at this body language. Leaning in, loud, yelling into the mic, all that kind of stuff. Tim needs to stop sitting his white ass down and needs to stop listening, and he needs to sit up, lean forward, and engage.
Had a little white supremacy in it, a little racism. Like, Bernie Sanders is a populist in a different way than Donald Trump.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I don't understand.
Here's the thing, though. Can I just say really quick, though? Here's the thing. Like, yeah, he doubled down on a bunch of terrible shit that they believe that's extreme. No doubt.
Connor's neighborhood professor looks at Connor, the scene from Training Day. Yeah, he said Monica.
He also was seen as left of Kamala on foreign policy. He was seen as an anti-war candidate. He was seen as anti the Republican establishment on war. He cut to the middle on that.
Yeah, he lied about that for sure.
He's a liar.
He lied.
Yeah.
He lied.
But then maybe our guy should lie about some things that are popular too.
Okay.
Now
you sound like.
Sorry. I missed a moment because I saw Doobie jumping in on the racism train, so I wanted to read that with my full intent. Let me rewind it 2 seconds because it looks like Tim Miller is actually fighting people for a second.
Way than Donald Trump.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I don't understand.
Here's the thing, though. Can I just say really quick, though? Here's the thing. Like, yeah, he doubled down on a bunch of terrible shit that they believe that's extreme. No doubt. He also was seen as left of Kamala on foreign policy. He was seen as an anti-war candidate. He was seen as anti the Republican establishment on war. He cut to the middle on that.
Yeah, he lied about that for sure.
He's a liar.
He lied.
Yeah.
He lied.
But then maybe our guy should lie about some things that are popular too. I don't know.
Now you sound like.
I hope that's a joke. But that's okay. That's okay, guys. Listen, this is exactly, no offense to Pisco, but this is exactly why I want to stay a Never Trump Republican, okay? Because what's happened is Tim, since now he's the token Never Trump Republican who's been sucked into the Democrat, now he has to be on stage with a fucking socialist and a giga progressive, and he has to argue about why their ideas are bad, and 80% of the audience is gonna fucking hate him for it. And also, instead of actually, like, I don't know, standing on business and saying, no, you're fucking wrong, he has to do this like tepid thing where he kind of like jabs at him, but he's joking. And I'm not saying, I'm sure Tim Miller is more aggressive on other panels. So I'm not trying to like totally knock the guy, but that's not the corner that I want to paint myself into. When I'm fighting Republicans, I don't have to be apologetic about my perspective at all, because my perspective is rooted in Republican history. My perspective is rooted in Burkean history. It's rooted in constitutional, social, fiscal, Burkean conservatism. I don't have to back down from a fucking thing. So yeah, 80% of the audience is booing me, but I'm right and they're wrong. Whereas when you're the token Never Trump Republican guest within the Democratic Party, you're effectively a guest. You are there as long as they're willing to tolerate you. Republicanism is my philosophical home. Conservatism is my philosophical home. I'm not violating anybody's personal space by reasserting the principles that made these ideologies great. I'm trying to remind the CUNTS, the see you at next Tuesdays, who have stolen, perverted, and destroyed my ideology. I'm reminding them of what they're supposed to be. Whereas in a Democratic circle, it's a coalition for political power. And once again, this is my criticism of the Bulwark. By becoming Democrats, they have conceded that they must go along to get along when the Democrats say dumb shit. And that's just not a concession that I'm willing to make. So, it's not. Sorry. Doobie says that sort of narrative exists for colonists, though, the old white savior thing. Sure. But as an example, widow burning in India. The end of widow burning in India. There was sati. So sati was a historical Hindu practice in which a widow burns alive on her deceased husband's funeral pyre, either voluntarily or by coercion or by a perception of the lack of satisfactory options for continuing to live. Although it's debated whether it received scriptural mention in early Hinduism, it has been linked to related Hindu practices in the Indo-Aryan speaking regions of India. So there was a British governor. And by the way, like, I'm not totally sweeping for the Brits. Like, the Brits got opium from Pakistan and Afghanistan and then forced the Chinese to buy opium at gunpoint. All right? There's nothing more fucked up than that. However, there was maybe it's James Atkinson, I don't know. But there was some Indian governor who, I don't know the guy's name. Somebody could look it up and they could tell me. But effectively, he saw a widow burning and he was like, that's so fucked up. We can't tolerate that shit. And a lot of people around him, including like Hindu people, were like, and British governors, British politicians and diplomats, they said, hey, listen, that's just an Indian tradition. If you fuck with that, they're going to try to kill us. And he said, you know what? I thought about it. Fuck that. They're not allowed to do that. And so what he told the locals, if I remember, is that, okay, widow burning is your tradition. My tradition is hanging murderers. Anybody who does a widow burning after this date, they'll be hung. And as a result, the practice disappeared virtually overnight. And so the whole point of this is like, yeah, did the Brits do fucked up shit? I'm sure. You can come up with all sorts of things about, I don't know, the Bengali famine under Churchill, or British oppression or murder or genocide or massacre or whatever. I'm sure you can come up with a million things where I will say, yes, the British are bad. But in that specific example where that British governor said, oh, your tradition is burning widows, my tradition is hanging murderers, this ends today, that's based. That is absolutely based. Ending moral wrong, regardless of your ethno-religious cultural context, is based.
Like me during the campaign, where I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing when you're not like addressing this stuff where Donald Trump can present himself as the peace candidate? That was insane to me. But obviously, sending Bill Clinton to Dearborn to talk about Judea and Samaria, as most people were seeing.
All right.
Most people were seeing.
I want to bring us back.
Children on their timeline every day. It was unacceptable.
Where does my hatred for Tim come from? It's not a hatred. I just think that they sold out a little bit. And by the way, the sellout is practical. Becoming the right wing of the Democratic Party is smart from a coalition perspective. I think it just concedes the right wing to insane people. And I'm not willing to do that. Not yet, anyways.
Moderate on things. That's all I'm saying.
I'm having so much fun.
No, I'm sorry. You cannot have a convention where you have signs that say mass deportation now.
I'm not saying he wasn't a moderate. I'm saying he moderated on things.
Ethnocentric nationalist version of this country, and say that he moderated. What he did is say, people in Gaza, you should vote for me because Joe Biden ain't doing what you want. That's not a moderation. He had good rhetoric, but his policy was consistent. And the vice president on that debate stage said all of the things that he was saying that he would do, and he has outdone them. He said he was going to send the military into the streets. He was saying it on the campaign. That's not moderation. That's fascism.
I
He
agree,
said
he
he was
sucks.
going to deport all of these people.
Dude, if I had to do this, I would have a fucking headache right now. Like I'm borderline getting a headache. I'm not even in the room, and I know that's racist. I know it's racist for me to get a headache, but she is very passionate.
In this country.
I agree. Yeah.
That is what he said, that it's not just the criminals. He's coming for anybody that is in this country who is undocumented. So I can't get with the, well, Donald Trump didn't moderate a bit. No. They tripled down on the bad stuff and had nice graphics and good and smiled through it.
What have they conceded? Well, the same day that Kamala Harris was tweeting about gun control, they were like, yeah, Kamala's based. I love Kamala. Everybody get out to vote. Go vote for Kamala. And once again, I said vote Kamala. But I also said I'm voting for the lesser of two evils. And there are pretty deep philosophical differences between myself and a Kamala Harris presidency. And as a result, I'm still going to keep my moral qualms. I just think on the whole, if you do a moral calculus, the Democrats are clearly the lesser of two evils. There's a difference between that and saying, oh yeah, Kamala's best. Kamala's awesome. Kamala's so brat right now. Like, no, there's a substantive difference between saying, hey, this sucks, but I'm going to pinch my nose and I'm going to do it, versus this is awesome, you know? And I saw enough Tim Miller shorts enthusiastically endorsing Kamala Harris that it rubbed me the wrong way.
So I want to bring us back.
Simone is
All right, Hasan, quick, and then I want to bring us back.
Simone is absolutely.
But Simo says, didn't Burke blame Jews for upsetting the natural order? Listen, I don't even know if he did that, but Edmund Burke was let's just say he's a product of his time.
Absolutely right, 100%. And these were things that I was screaming about nonstop.
You
but
said
there
you
was
agreed
also
with me that he ran to the left of Kamala on foreign policy.
On foreign
That's
policy.
moderating. He
on foreign
moderated
policy.
He didn't run on the unpopular Republican views on foreign policy.
He ran to the left on foreign policy only because the Democrats came out and said, I'm going to have the most lethal military, because unfortunately
that was where I was like, damn, I could vote for Kamala. Having the most lethal military, I was like, all right, I could check this box a little bit harder.
And I mean this sincerely, I don't think the Democrats actually saw the threat of Donald Trump as a significant enough threat, because if they were, they would have locked in and had better messaging overall and tried to at least establish a base of support with counter narratives, with counter messaging leading up to the election.
Purple Politics says, do you think that Tim Miller is going to come back to the Republicans once MAGA dies? Maybe.
Not in the aftermath or not during the election, but leading up to the election, because Republicans, they act as though there is an election every single day. They are constantly on message. They're constantly creating an alternative reality with lies.
Girl hotism is the idea of the savage non-white while downplaying the evils of brutal early colonialism, apparently. No, it's not. You could tell me any colonial story you wanted to tell me. You want to talk about... Dude, apparently the Portuguese and the Spanish were fucking vicious. So the Dutch shot people who attacked them. As far as I know, I'm sure the Dutch did some fucked up shit. But as far as I know, the Dutch set up like trade outposts, and then they traded with people. And then if somebody tried to kill them, they shot them. That's what the Dutch did. But apparently the Spanish and the Portuguese were all about like forced conversion at the tip of the sword. So apparently Spanish and Portuguese colonialism was fucking brutal. And by the way, I see you guys saying fuck Columbus in chat. Yeah, fuck Columbus, right? Like one of the things that Columbus wrote down that I think is one of the most like morally indicting things that you can do is he wrote down like, oh yeah, you know, conquistadors are actually pretty easy to get right now. Some of them will take payment in gold or silver, but realistically, the things that are most in demand are women, like female sex slaves, and women in particular around age 12 are in super high demand. So I understand that I'm looking and judging that based off of like a 20th century, 21st century morality. But effectively what he's talking about is he's talking about normalizing the practice of sexually enslaving indigenous people and selling them to conquistadors in order to incentivize colonization. There is 0 times that I will downplay that. Also, the same thing with the Mastiffs. Okay, Mastiffs. You guys might not know this. Spanish colonial Mastiffs. So Mastiffs are awesome. Conquistador war dogs. So Conquistador war dogs are a very cool idea, but if you think about it for more than 3 seconds, you'll realize how fucked up it is. So conquistadors kept Mastiffs, and do you guys know the difference between a war dog and a guard dog? A guard dog will let you know there is a problem. A war dog will eat the problem. Okay? So conquistadors had some variant of Mastiff, and they used it to hunt indigenous people, and they put like leather armor and spiked collars on the dogs so they wouldn't get killed by the local flora or fauna, but also so they wouldn't get killed by the people they were hunting. But they unleashed these guys on Native Americans. They use war dogs to hunt and kill Native Americans. So imagine effectively, like, either from the Native American side or from being a Spanish. This is like a real thing, by the way. This isn't Game of Thrones. This isn't a fantasy setting. This isn't Warhammer 40K. We're not talking about Warhammer 40K. We're talking about on the continent that probably 80 to 90% of you are sitting on. On the continent that 80 to 90% of you are sitting on, the Spanish conquistadors used war dogs to hunt and kill Native Americans. That's some grim, dark-ass shit. So, no, you won't find me sweeping for early colonialism.
Saying that undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a metric ton of the crimes that are taking place in American cities, when that is an abject lie, okay? And when I talk to congresspersons, whether it be at the DNC or even before, even after, and I tell them, why the fuck aren't you guys counter-messaging against this? We are a nation of immigrants. America is the most diverse nation on the fucking planet. It is literally the reason why we are such a domineering force beyond all these other, beyond all the other, violent reasons. But like that.
Doobie says, you legit brought up Zoran Mamdani saying fuck Columbus as if it were a bad thing. Yeah, because I think he was a part of like a virtue signal at the time in order to take down American colonial history. Regardless of whether or not you like it, Christopher Columbus was the beginning of American colonial history. You can say that he's evil, but I don't think his statues should be taken down. I think that his sanitized historical narrative should be added to, like all of the brutal details of Columbus should be added to actual Columbian history. That's what I want. I don't want the statues to come down. I don't want I just want the plaques to change. I want the plaque to say, this is a statue of Christopher Columbus credited with finding the New World. He sailed the ocean blue in 1492 with 3 ships. A third of his crew got wiped out due to dysentery and death and disease. Now, his legacy is one of the beginning of American colonialism, but it also is one marred by controversy. That controversy is the brutal conditions under colonialism, including slavery, rape, and murder. And that's what I want the plaque to say. For more details, go to smithsonian.com/Columbus. That's what I want the statue to stay up, and I want the plaque to say that. Okay?
That is one of the most redeemable aspects of America that I personally love, that the Democrats completely dropped because they were scared. They saw that one poll from the Pew Center of Research that said that 66% of Americans want mass deportations. That exact same poll also showed that if given 2 options, mass deportation and mass amnesty, that the majority always chose mass amnesty. So why is that never communicated?
Hold on, what?
that if given two options, mass deportation and mass amnesty, that the majority always chose mass amnesty. So why is that never communicated? Because Americans, sure, the median voter, trying to understand where the median voter is coming from is impossible. Okay.
Check out the Griner Hall Mastiff, and somebody said a different breed as well. Griner Hall Mastiff. See, where else do you get this kind of content? We're just watching a political debate about a bunch of dumbasses, no offense, going back and forth on what the Democratic Party should be and how they fucked up in the past. That is a cool dog. I'm not going to lie. Somebody said something else, though. They said like the Molosaucian or something. What was the other dog breed that somebody said? Should be right here. You mean the Molossian Hound. Molossian Hound. I'll look at the Molossian Mastiff. Woo. Brutal. I'll look at the Molossian Hound. Woo. That is a dog. That is a dog. Damn, dude, that guy's riding it like a horse. The puppy is 8 months old and weighs 174 pounds. Holy shit. Yeah, Molossian. Bruh, the point is that some colonials used war dogs and they killed people in fucked up ways. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, you will kill yourself if you try to understand what these people
You
are
just
thinking.
lost me, Hasan. I was with you halfway through that, but you lost me. But I'm with you.
But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? There are Trump supporters out there, okay, that have been deluded into thinking that Donald Trump represented a change, and obviously we saw that buyer's remorse this past Tuesday, right? Especially in Hispanic communities where they were like, "Oh, I can't believe that he is actually doing mass deportation," and it's you know, we're in DC. This is a fairly liberal crowd, and we laugh at those people. But like, I talk to those people every day, and there were people that genuinely thought, they genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says that's a fucking lie. That's a lie.
These nuts, Corey Peltzman. By the way, thank you everybody for financial support. Chapingro with 3 super chats. Grassroots Hajman with 20. LK Messer with 100 DKK. Base Perry for 5. Tristan Clark for 5. And Anonymous Chatter for 20. Thank you, kings and queens. Quick show as we're moving through the content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out.
Documented migrants in
Also, sorry, Corey Peltzman, D's nuts.
this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism
When's tonight's debate? 6 p.m.
out there. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented.
So I think that's a good point. And I think I sort of agree with Tim and with Simone about this.
Impossible. Fundamental rift.
Because one of Trump's gifts is I think he convinced a lot of people he was going to go after criminals, but he also said at the convention that they were going to do mass deportations. And I think how to bring it back is that is possible because of a big void. So Trump can do a lot. Trump has room to operate, to maneuver. Why? Because he has built an authentic connection with millions of people who believe him, who have his back, who think, yeah, he'll compromise. It is inconceivable that Kamala Harris would appoint Mike Pence to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Inconceivable. We wouldn't live in that world. But Trump can appoint a Kennedy to run the health department. Why? Because he has built such a credible, loyal following.
I'm going to end it here because, frankly, I'm tired of hearing these people yap. I want to yap. But this is my frustration, and this is part of the thing that I'm just going to tell you right now that this is why I'm in the political position that I'm in. Seeing Jessica Tarlov, like kind of what's considered a right-wing liberal or like an extreme liberal, a liberal with a spine, fight Fox News pundits is entertaining to me. We might disagree on policy. We might disagree on, what the tax rate should be, Black Lives Matter, police reform. We might disagree on details, but we can fight that out because she's probably like a sane liberal with a spine. Then Tim Miller and I know Purple Political Breakdown is disappointed that I'm not a Tim Miller simp. But Tim Miller and I are it probably is the narcissism of small differences. We're probably like 95 to 98% aligned. I just resent the fact that, in my opinion, he's looked at the political landscape and he said, it'll be easier for me to maneuver as a right-wing member of a Democratic coalition than it will be for me to maneuver as the bastion of never Trump Republicanism. Therefore, I'm going to be more cozy with the liberals, more cozy with the progressives. Okay. I think that's a choice, and it's a choice that I wish he didn't make. I understand it for pragmatic reasons. I don't like it personally. However, this panel is exactly why I kind of resent Pisco saying like, oh, you need to just come over to the left, come over to the left, come over to the left. Because what's going to happen is, let's say that this was Pisco. I could have like a sane technocratic political debate on what is the right way forward, because the difference between a liberal and a conservatarian is probably not that big of a gap to jump, and we can just fight about technocratic details. But then the liberal is allied with a progressive who's going to be annoying, no offense, Simone, annoying and shrill and aggressive and woke. And then I'm going to have to fight the progressive on the annoying, shrill, and progressive and woke shit. And then the liberal is going to, of course, steelman the progressive, even though they're being annoying as shit. And then I'm also going to have to fight a socialist or a communist or a leftist or a soc dem. And by the way, I like soc dems to a degree, because soc dems are like technocratically trying to engineer the best society possible through a high tax rate and welfare. Like, we could talk about that from a technocratic perspective. So I don't resent soc dems anywhere near as much as I resent progressives and socialists and communists. But I don't want to have to fight socialists and communists all the god dang time. I don't want to. It would be like, let's imagine that we were on the right, and on the right wing you had a never Trump Republican, then you had like a contrarian MAGA person like Tim Pool, then you had like a Trump cultist, and then you had Nick Fuentes. I legitimately view it the same way. Like an unapologetic Christian authoritarian theocrat. That's the way that I view Hasan Piker. So the fact that I would have to share a political coalition with that fucking freak would make me say, I'm in the wrong room. I'm in the wrong room. So what I would rather do, because I do think it's not only possible, I think it's necessary. I think that, let's say that was happening, where Tim Miller was a never Trump Republican, or I was a never Trump Republican. There was a contrarian right winger, and there was a MAGA person, and then there was a Christian nationalist, unapologetic Christian nationalist authoritarian. I think that what's needed in the political landscape is, once Trump's gone, the Trump cultist is lost because he's an idiot, and he's going to go wherever he's a sheep. He's going to go wherever the next hot thing is. So then it becomes a fight for, well, is the contrarian right winger and is the never Trump Republican going to dominate the future of the Republican Party, or is it going to be the Christian theocrat? And the Christian theocrat authoritarian is going to have a lot of confidence. They're going to mimic Trump's confidence. They're going to lie about shit. They're going to try to sanitize authoritarian figures. And so the Trump cultist can go in one of two directions. And if there isn't a strong, moderate right wing, then the Trump cultists are going to go to the Christian nationalists and the authoritarian. So sorry, going onto the left wing in order to marginalize socialists and communists and in order to try to temper progressives is not what we need in this political moment. What's needed in the political moment is never Trump Republicans and contrarian right wingers who might be freed from the hallucinations of Trump need to fight for the minds of MAGA cultists and Trump cultists who hopefully will be waking up from their hypnotized trance any moment now. And they need to marginalize the Christian nationalist theocratic authoritarians. So anyways, that's my frustration. So I'm going to wrap up this segment. We're going to move into another segment.
It's called
So, thinking about another segment. Shapingro for 2 says, I love this rant. RR line up, line go up. Real Republicans, line go up. True. What's it like to be a Clade operative on Terra in Warhammer 40K? That's cool. Galactic Threads, Old Republic trailer. That's cool. Peace Goes Hour. Anyways, somebody give me content suggestions in here. Otherwise, we're going to go find like some Destiny slop and watch some Destiny slop. So somebody give me some non-slop options if you got them in chat. I'm going to catch up with chat real quick. I'm going to go up here and I'm just going to answer stuff. Tristan Clark says, take a nap before you debate. No, I'm going to go in half-cocked. I'm going to have a whole bunch of like weird all over the place arguments. Destiny is going to hit me with a really well thought out, well-researched argument, and then I'm just going to spurg at him for 2 hours. That's what I'm going to do. Some dumb beat says, not sure pointing out the flaws of the DNC is throwing gas on it. No, but I do dislike intensely the normalization of Hasan Piker. AKA, did you buy avatar cards? That's not for me. I bought a 9-pack bundle. Don't know if I'll buy another box products. Christian Blair says, Wick needs to change the time on his debates from 6:30 to 7 p.m. True, I wanted it to be 9 p.m. EST, but apparently Steven has a commitment at 10 p.m. John Lovett is a loser. This guy irritates me. Got it. I get my boxer shorts at Kmart. What are you guys talking about? Oh my God. What are you guys talking about? Sacred Snow says, you're Tim Miller's Rob Knorr. I know. I need to get big enough that I can fight Tim Miller. I need to have the same relationship with Tim Miller that I have with Pisco. Hoach says, can our grill hottest shirt show a giant grill with 2 dudes standing next to it with a text bubble over him asking him to grill him? Yeah, probably. Die, you pull the cabbage merchant? What the fuck are you guys talking about? What is the difference between liberal and conservative? So, some dumb. Excellent question. Thank you for asking this question. So, a liberal is somebody who believes in maximal human freedom. Now, we disagree on what maximal human freedom means, but it's liberty. Liberty is a negative freedom and positive freedom, okay? Freedom means the capacity to do something. Liberty means freedom from government interference. And so liberty is effectively, freedom is positive freedom, meaning that like we're arguing about it from, I'm free to go ride a jet ski. I'm free to go do cocaine. I'm free to marry the woman I love. I'm free to do this. I'm free to do that. Whereas liberty means that somebody is not preventing me from doing something. Okay. So a liberal believes in maximal human freedom, and they root that worldview oftentimes in individual rights. So freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government. The American project is ultimately a liberal or libertarian project. Now, what Edmund Burke argued, because he was around during the French Revolution and around during the American Revolution, was he argued that the monarchy and the church and the traditions of Europe were so old and brittle and stagnant that revolutionaries were capitalizing on the brittleness of old institutions with which to cave them in and then create an anarchic hellscape filled with blood and death and torture and murder. And so what Edmund Burke argued was that we need a middle way between the rigid, brittle traditionalism of current European monarchs and the revolutionary, bloodthirsty anarchy of the Jacobins. And so what he proposed is conservatism, which is arguably progressivism doing the speed limit. And so a Burkean conservatism, their social role is to listen to liberals and listen to progressives and say, what are the good ideas that you're presenting? What are the social reforms that you're presenting that actually we should do it? Police brutality would be a perfect example of something that we should reform within this country. Even if you're a conservative and you love the police and you think that 99% of the police are good, you should still be okay with universal body cameras, as an example, which could be viewed as a progressive policy proposal. However, there's also dumb ideas from law enforcement, like 8 Can't Wait is a progressive initiative. There's stuff like you have to warn before you shoot. That's stupid. And the reason why it's stupid is we can envision scenarios in which warning a shooter is not good for anybody. So for instance, let's say there was a mass shooter or a murderer. Do you want to hold a cop in some kind of criminal or civil penalty if he pulls a pistol and shoots somebody who's currently engaged in mass murder or murder? My answer is no. And so, as an example, that would be a progressive or liberal idea that we would throw in the trash. And so that's the role of a conservative, is to needle liberal and progressive good ideas and bad ideas and see what survives scrutiny. And then implement what survives scrutiny. Jung Anarch says, yeah, Pisco's phenotype didn't piss me off at first, but then I hear him speak and argue, then his phenotype starts pissing me off. Damn. That sounds a little physiognomy pilled. Purple Political Breakdown says, I don't think Simone was being woke in this panel, nor do I think she said anything unreasonable. I agree with dealing with socialists, but what's the alternative? Having your own principles and, like a Burkean conservative, needling progressive ideas when they get crazy. Uncle Fatty says, I'm more of a fiscal conservative than most of the hypno program MAGA morons. Ramen based. Rachel P says, I love Tim Miller. I don't know why, but I also watch Emma Vigeland and Riverboat Jack. Each of them brings something to my political party. Weirdly enough, I'm friendly with Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack and I were friends back in the Twitch and YouTube political days when she was more active. I actually like Riverboat Jack, but she's libertarian socialist, so we don't see eye to eye on that. And then Emma Vigeland is annoyingly progressive. Chapingro, thank you for the $2 super chat. I did read that earlier. Fatsimo says, did I miss what Ariana Hershey Ali was if Hasan is Nick? Are you talking about Simone? I said Simone was progressive. So in my analogy, that would be like a Trump cultist. Biggin says, odds on Vance to divorce his wife so that he can stay in the good graces of the Groypers? 0. Funny, but 0. I did think it was funny that people alluded to the fact that maybe Erica Kirk and JD Vance had an affair. I don't think it's real, but I did think that was funny. AKA Batusai says, we need a strong center where 70% of the country agrees on things. Agreed. Valerie X, maybe. Although I don't think Dan Pace is available, so probably not actually. There's the FBI agent that infiltrated the KKK. True. Crayon says, Valor Media Network, did you see that crazy Trump post on True Social? No, be more specific. Hasan is great in my opinion. Doobie, that sentence makes me want to refund your money. I'm not going to refund your money, but it makes me want to. Realistically, if I could, without permanently injuring myself, I would whip out my junk onto this table and I would hit it with a hammer based off of what you just said. That is horrifying to me. Hasan is great in my opinion. What's great about Hasan? Are you just saying that to piss me off? Do you like tankies? Do you like revolutionary socialists? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Or do you just like the anti-Americanism? Do you like the third world Chomskyite, America is responsible for all the bad things in the world? What do you like most about Hasan, Doobie? If the options are Hasan Piker or Ben Shapiro, I take Hasan every time. I'm the exact opposite. Exact opposite. That's crazy. Purple Political Breakdown says that's a no-brainer because Shapiro capitulated to Trump. You guys are nuts. You're nuts. Oh, and I guess check the other stuff. He reposted Jesus. Oh, yeah, I still need to do the death of parody. I need to do the death of parody, and maybe I'll do This Is Water, depending on how long it is. So we'll do that before we do our next segment. Just remove quotas, but we never will. Hasan is fine. Okay. I say this as a landlord. He's joked about killing. You guys are so dramatic over him. Why would I ever ally myself or be politically sympathetic to a fucking leftist who simps for the CCP in China, sweeps the fucking Uyghur genocide, sweeps for fucking every authoritarian communist regime ever throughout history? Why would I ever sweep for that guy? What the fuck? Fuck are you talking about? He's essentially Nick Fuentes for Jews and Israel LARPing as an American patriot. I'd vote Connor for president, but come on, we'll know he's just hiding his power level. True. Scott Galloway was on the Corolla podcast night. Scott Galloway is too sane. I am a fan of Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway is too sane. It does not make for good content. I need crazy people. That way my sanity can rub off. Hasan's policies would do far less harm to the country than Connor's neocon never-ending war nonsense. That's all it is. You just like his isolationist anti-Americanism. Doobie likes Hasan because of Destiny's biggest ops. There's no political analysis. No, I think it's the international relations thing. He doesn't sweep for the Uyghur genocide. Laugh my ass off. He's done a shit ton of in-depth reporting on that. Shit ton. Doobie, you're just wrong. You're either lying or you're pulling your Varys thing or you're being dumb. One of the examples was when he pulled up the Associated Press article and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's the tourism hour in Xinjiang," and he brought up an Associated Press thing where it said like, "Oh, tourism returns to Xinjiang." He didn't read the article. The article was the journalists went into Xinjiang trying to do investigative journalism on the Uyghur cultural genocide. And effectively what happened was community members and Chinese minders, people who effectively walk around waiting to snitch on you to the thought police, walked around with the investigative reporters. And whenever they went in to interview a local, effectively what happened was they asked them a question about the cultural genocide in Xinjiang. And then all the minders and community members just stared at the person, and the person just put their eyes on the ground and didn't answer questions. So yeah, calling Xinjiang the tourism hour is sweeping for the Uyghur cultural genocide 100%. So yeah, sorry. I think you're fucking with me at this point. Anyways, we're going to watch the death of parody real quick while we're thinking about what else we're going to do. I'm going to hit YouTube real quick. I'm just going to see if there's something that pops my eye on my feed. Star Citizen, no. Muslim versus Christian, I would rather kill myself than watch the Daniel Hakikaju debate again. There's a Pondering Politics thing. There's a thing from Nicholas Diorio making fun of iDubbbz. Here's a thing from Destiny. What's hot, man? What's hot? I'm asking what's hot because realistically, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's a little bit dry out there as far as like hot debates. I think there was like a Tim Pool. There was a Tim Pool debate, I think with OnlyFans recently that was supposed to be really funny. It was like Farah Khalidi debating OnlyFans and degeneracy with Tim Pool. That was kind of funny. But I don't know if I would want to do that. That might be like too much brain damage. We also, I think we did do part of the lefty. I think we did part of the lefty Charlie debate. Like we did the opening thing and it kind of sucked. Looks like it was better later on. But there was that girl named Nina, whatever. There was that one on whatever podcast between her and Andrew Wilson that was supposed to be funny. Fair is boring in my opinion. Okay. Well, what else we got going on? Sorry for asking that question. I know that just hurts my viewership, but I'm seriously looking for good content. Doobie says, Connor thinks pro-American equals drive up inflation through war, then blame the victims when they lash out and use that money to justify more war. No, I don't. I get that you've seen a clip or two. Actually watch his long-form content. I'd rather kill myself. I've watched long-form content, and it was horrible. Hasan Piker is super fucking boring. Second grassroots, Sam Harris versus Triggernometry. Ooh. Yes. Let's do that. Sam Harris versus Triggernometry. That is good. Because Konstantin Kisin, I do not think is too dumb of a guy. He's not the smartest guy I've ever seen in political commentary, but he's not the smartest guy either. Sam Harris, I disagree with Sam Harris on a lot. I think it's undeniable that Sam Harris is brilliant. Sam Harris is a brilliant person, and he's an unapologetic never Trump guy. So Sam Harris going up with like contrarian right-winger Trump apologists, I think that's good. Tristan Clark says, hey, I super chatted you for this content, shakes fist. I didn't see, if that was today, I didn't see that. Oh, there you go. Loyal to add Sam Harris Triggernometry to the content agenda. Honestly, I thought there was going to be something more available, but I'm good with that. Tristan Clark, thank you. Sam, though, I think that he goes soft on Trump. Isn't Sam and Triggernometry on the same side? What's the debate? No. Contrarian right-wing sweeping for Trump and Republicans will not go down well with Sam Harris. Sam Harris is a fucking rad lib. Sam Harris is a rabid liberal. Like, he gets pissed off almost over really small shit. So, yeah, let's do Triggernometry. Sam Harris. All right, let's go. Here's a 90 Trump, religion, and wokeness. And then Trump, Joe Rogan, COVID, and Islam. That was 3 years ago. This is 22 hours ago. So I'll go for the 22 hours ago. And then let's do the death of parody first. Just because somebody Oh, it's 38 minutes, bro. 38 minutes. I thought it was going to be like a 15-minute. Okay, I will do the I'll watch Death of Parody and This Is Water on my own time, and I'll decide which one I think is actually good react fodder, and then we'll add that to the agenda. So Rob with a W, keep me honest. Don't let me forget. But I'm going to introduce the Sam Harris content, and we're going to jump into it. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I got a little treat for you. I got Sam Harris, a radical liberal atheist who is a hardcore anti-Trump guy, going up against Constantine Kissin, who, in my opinion, is a contrarian right-wing Trump apologist. He might say he's a liberal. He might say he's this. He might say he's that. But realistically, I've seen him sweeping on the timeline for the Trump administration. So Sam Harris does not suffer fools easily. He'll oftentimes try to rip them apart rhetorically. So while I disagree with Mr. Harris on plenty of topics, including atheism, how far liberal he is, how progressive he is, how this he is, blah, 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 I disagree with Sam Harris about a lot. I value him as an intellectual powerhouse. And so I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. Let's get cracking.
I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back. There was no Democrat
Oh, kill me right now.
who was going to do it. If you are concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop, it still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now out in the open. You know, the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter. We're doing massive brand damage to our country. Very prominent people, from the president and Elon on down, treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. This was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria. It was their George Floyd moment. Again, yes, without the riots and obviously.
Well, it's quite a big deal, Sam.
Before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats. Rogan is implicated in all of this. Joe was a super spreader of those ideas.
Quick reminder, thank you to CyberGhost VPN.
I never see this guy talk, so seeing him talk is wild. But anyways, Doobie says, it's like going around calling Destiny a pedo because there are countless examples of him pretending to be as a joke. No, it's not. Okay, Doobie. If you want to watch my coverage of Hasan Piker, okay, I have coverage of Hasan Piker. It actually metrically does worse, which is so funny because people have said that hating on Hasan is like super easy algorithmic food. Like you can just do like Hasan hate content and it works. But for me, it doesn't work at all. And I've watched full segments of his. Where is, I think I stopped watching because I realized it was kind of boring for me and it was boring for the audience. But effectively, my summary of the Hasan Piker segments that I've done that are like 40 minutes or you know, an hour long of content is Hasan attacks Gila Klein. That's more drama than it is geopolitics. I'll give you that. Hasan's stochastic violence, purging chat. That we might have talked about Bonnie Blue the entire time. I don't even remember that one. But anyways, there's half a dozen Hasan segments. You can find them and you can check my coverage. But what Hasan Piker does is he does the same thing that Nick Fuentes does. So Hasan Piker terror defense continues. Watch this one, okay? 500 views, whereas normally I'm breaking like 1,000, right? So the point is that he retells history. And the one thing I'll give Hasan Piker credit for is he has good recall of historical facts. He can thread a historical narration. But realistically, he does the same thing that Nick Fuentes does, where he omits historical facts that are inconvenient to his narrative. And that's where effectively what I do when I respond to Hasan Piker content is I refill in the details that I think that he's doing lies of omission.
VPN for sponsoring this video. A top-tier VPN.
Seeing this guy talk is freaking me out.
Couple years, right?
It's been a couple of years. Last time we saw it was with Eric, so that was a kind of different conversation. And of course, there was the time before that. Now, I wouldn't bring it up actually, but I saw you had a bit on your YouTube channel in which you addressed the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing that happened on our show recently. So I have to bring it up because of that.
Okay.
Coming back to this thing, you make these comments, you know, they kind of blew up. How do you...
I never noticed anything.
Thank you for the compliment, Jung Anarch. I appreciate it.
So sorry if that caused a headache, but you've caused me a headache in case you forgotten. So
how do you reflect on what happened?
well, it's just in many respects, it's like a massive misunderstanding. I mean, people are living and dying by clips these days, and no one apparently can take the time to view the clip in context. So I would think that a significant percentage of your audience, and certainly a significant percentage of people right of center, simply don't understand what I was saying on your podcast. And it's in their defense. The truth is, I was speaking somewhat less carefully and clearly than I'm capable of. So, but I think in context, it was clear what I was saying. My position really hasn't changed on the matter. I mean, if you care about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop because it suggested some level of possible corruption for Joe Biden, as president or as vice president at the time. So, I mean, if you are concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop because it suggested there's some level of corruption coming from Biden himself, well, then you should be concerned about the level of corruption that we know to be true of Trump and his family, right? And
yeah, it's just open. So real quick, Vetsunil says, I don't know why y'all don't have Doobie block. I highly recommend it. Okay, so number one, Doobie donated $1,000 to a community member who was having health issues for a GoFundMe. So unfortunately, Doobie is allowed to Hasan Piker sweep and Red Sea Crisis sweep as much as he wants in my chat because he effectively helped out a community member. He's also done very large super chats, but I don't like to think that I'm like completely beholden. Like if Doobie starts calling me an F slur and I should KMS and like all that kind of stuff, then yeah, I'm going to block him and I'm just going to not take the money, right? However, if Doobie continues to press us on our political perspectives from a perspective that we find spicy and disagree with, we can engage with that, right? I understand that it's bad for your mental health, but realistically, we should probably be challenged in our perspectives, right? Now, with Sam Harris, this is the thing that pisses me off, okay? I care about Hillary Clinton's email server, okay? The reason why I cared about that past tense and barely care about it now, barely, seriously, like 0.01%. She's not even politically relevant anymore, but let me talk about it from a principal perspective, is that Hillary Clinton was at the Department of State. She was dealing with sensitive diplomatic matters. She created a private email server. Allegedly, Condoleezza Rice and Colin Powell did the same thing. So they're just as guilty of what Hillary Clinton is guilty of. But then they talked about top secret and secret information on an unsecured server that could have been compromised by a third party. That's a grievous breach of procedure in reference to the Department of Defense and the Department of State. And it's something that should have been investigated and the hole should have been closed and maybe like criminal referrals. I would, but if it was like, whoopsie daisy, we fucked up, but we're not going to do that going forward, then whatever, right? It's an error in judgment and it's a stupid error in judgment. Then same thing with Signalgate. Signalgate, if you argue that Hillary Clinton should be socially castigated, maybe criminally investigated for her carelessness with the Department of State, if that's something that you legitimately care about, Signalgate, where Pete Hegseth, the Department of War head, who added a journalist through incompetence to an actively ongoing airstrike, that should blow Hillary Clinton's shit out of the water. So once again, my criticism of Hillary Clinton is blown out of the water by the Trump administration if we're accepting comparative analysis. Same thing with Hunter Biden. I legitimately care about Hunter Biden. I think it's unethical and should be illegal for family members to trade on the names of representatives of the United States in order to get no-show jobs with random companies to the tunes of millions of dollars and then funnel those millions of dollars back into their family, specifically untaxed in Hunter Biden's case, and that it should be a FARA violation. But if I care about Hunter Biden selling his dad's influence and engaging in a quid pro quo in which he never delivered the quo, That's actually part of the problem with the quid pro quo. He got the quid, literally the quid. Like quid is slang for money in British. I just realized that. But he got the quid. He got the money. But it's very difficult to point to any quo that Hunter Biden actually delivered to these energy companies besides maybe they vaguely had a little bit better connections in Washington, D.C., right? So if I care about Hunter's alleged corruption, then Jared Kushner running the sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, is now running a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund and is probably going to end up being a billionaire himself off of that deal. Hunter Biden and his partners made $11 million over a decade. $11 million over a decade compared to $2 billion? Get the fuck out of here. Not even to mention the fact that Donald Trump has doubled his net worth via crypto. He bought crypto. He made crypto. He is accepting foreign purchases of his crypto. He pardoned a corrupt crypto bro. Dude, Trump's corruption blows Biden corruption out of the water every single time.
We've known this for years. I mean, we've known it for, honestly, it precedes his entry into politics.
Rob says, why would I be opposed to people who are directionally aligned with me? That's the same argument for why I wouldn't work with Groypers politically. If Nick Fuentes wants to go save dogs, I'll help him, but I'm not going to help Nick Fuentes in a political project.
So what I was saying in that context is that I would be willing to bet that there's virtually nothing on that laptop that rises to the level of what I already know to be true of Trump and his family. I think I compared to, it was like, comparing a firefly to the sun or something. It's like, I know how the comparison is going to come out without even seeing what's on this laptop. And it was also a scandal involving Hunter Biden, and it wasn't even clear that it reached to Joe Biden. And I'm still not sure there's anything on that laptop that I care about. I certainly haven't heard anything that was, dispositive with respect to Biden's corruption, apart from this, somewhat ambiguous phrase, 10% for the big guy. But read into that as a sinister a practice as you want. It still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now out in the open. I mean, his adventures in cryptocurrency, he and his families. It is. If that were the only thing we knew about him as president, it should be the scandal that no one stops talking about. I mean, it's the most corrupt thing imaginable.
Sam, can I just pause you there? Because there are people who are going to be listening to this who are maybe heard of it loosely, or maybe haven't followed this story at all. So could you just expand upon that and explain?
Sounds good, Doobie.
To the listener or the viewer why it's so egregious.
Okay, so right before he was sworn in, I think the day before he was sworn in, they launched their meme coin, which is just a pure mechanism by which people can give Trump and his family money directly in a way that is unaccountable. And it just it's a pure mechanism.
Ew. If Hasan Piker showed up to Thanksgiving with his arm around one of my sisters, I'd be proud. Doobie, you're just saying this shit to make me angry.
Mechanism for corruption and bribery, right? So any grifter or foreign agent or anyone can decide, okay, I'm just going to funnel money to
Kazra. I'm not talking about Sam Harris. I'm talking about you motherfuckers, okay? You motherfuckers in chat have been like, Hunter did nothing wrong. He's got a huge hog. Ha 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 ha. Who hasn't banged a few prostitutes? Who hasn't smoked crack recreationally? Tax evasion with the boys. Lol. Like, I get you guys are fucking with me. I get you guys are partially fucking with me, but half of you guys are not fucking with me. Part of you guys legitimately think that Hunter Biden did nothing wrong. So no, Sam Harris might agree with me. And by the way, he's just making the concession of, if you care about Hunter Biden, care more about Trump. Yeah, Sam and I are relatively aligned in this. I'm talking about y'all.
To the Trumps and tell them about it and buy my way into their favor. And Trump is so transactional, and he's done this so many times. Again, so much of it's out in the open. I mean, none of this is a conspiracy theory. This is just all proudly celebrated. I mean, he had dinner with the people who had given him the most money through this mechanism. And it's not the only mechanism. It's World Liberty Financial and their deal with Binance. And, we decide whether or not to give the UAE our access to our most advanced AI chips. And we decide to do that despite the fact that they do joint military exercises with the Chinese, who we don't want to get our most advanced AI chips. And immediately $2 billion go from the UAE into the Trump Witkoff family business to shore up Binance, with a World Liberty crypto coin. And there's just endless examples of this. This is corruption. This is,
I'm going to bump it up to 1.1 because Doobie's right. Sam Harris can be boring and long-winded. So 1.1, it's going to hurt your ear a little bit where it sounds a little bit too fast, but you'll get used to it. I promise.
It makes sense in a transactional way, just purely in monetary terms, obviously. But then there are other things like, Trump imposes a 50% tariff on India because Narendra Modi declined to nominate him for the Peace Prize. Right, so he's using the levers of U.S. power as a kind of extortion racket with dozens of countries at this point. I mean, he slaps a 46% tariff on Vietnam. What does Vietnam do to get that remediated? Well, they greenlight a $1.5 billion resort deal for the Trump family, right? So this is pure corruption, and it's what's amazing is he's using the power of the presidency to monetize the office in this way. He's using U.S. trade policy and foreign policy to extract concessions that redound to the advantage of him and his family and their friends. There's nothing in Biden's universe that rises to that level, whatever is in Biden's universe. I mean, I'm no fan of Joe Biden's presidency. We could fill this whole podcast with what was wrong with that. But if you pretend to care about corruption in government, there is only one elephant in the room, and that is Trump.
The thing is, Sam, with the Hunter Biden thing, I think that for many people, it wasn't actually about corruption at all. What it was about was the cover-up. What it was about was the fact that
What? God, dude. What's your guys' bets on this? What is your guys' bets on Konstantin Kisin being independently wealthy? I did this drawing earlier, and it's just like ringing in my ears right now. Brutality of the politics industry, okay? For VOD viewers, I'm just going to break this down because I know this will be a separate VOD. Earlier, I was talking about who's successful in the political industry because there are people who are alt media and commentators or political organizers or the consultants, and they make 6 or 7 figures. And they are picked by the DNC and the RNC in order to be like reinforced by quote unquote mainstream politics. They kind of like groom and choose the best ones. Now you can make it independently. Like there are alt media commentators and commentators who have 6 or 7 figure careers and they're independent of the DNC and the RNC. But the truth is that the DNC and RNC are kingmakers to some degree as far as your impact into the mainstream. So what I said is that there are 3 kinds of people who really make it in this industry. Disabled people with a permanent disability paycheck, people with rich parents, so if they fail, they don't have to worry about their bills, and hustlers. And as an example of a pure hustler, I brought up Stephen Bennell II. His parents didn't pay his bills, and to my knowledge, he's not taking any kind of disability payments from the government. He actually just became a streamer and ground it out, and he succeeded. But there's a reason why this box is small. Because as an example, I brought up Asmongold. I'm assuming Asmongold is trailer trash and that his parents allowed him to live with him. So to some degree, he's probably like his parents probably got a disability check and he lived with his parents. So his parents subsidized his income. So while this is a poorer version of the people with rich parents, I would argue that he's a mix of these 2 factors, which is how he became an alt media commentator, right? And then he also has been working pretty hard for a really long time. Apparently he goes live like 6 or 7 hours a day, every day. So he's also a hustler. So he's actually a combination of these 3 arguments. Now, I would argue, because I do take a little bit of a VA check in order to make ends meet, and then I also have been grinding content for 5 years, and I also have successful content outside of politics that helps me do my thing, that I'm a combination of these 2 categories. But for Konstantin Kisin, he doesn't look disabled. Maybe he's intellectually disabled, but I don't think he's intellectually disabled enough in order to collect a paycheck. And he also has like really, really, really high studio quality. And he's able to book guests that I don't think that necessarily his talent would dictate he could be able to, he should be able to get. And yet, if you look at the Triggernometry channel, I mean, I'll just pull up the Triggernometry channel. This guy's been grinding it probably for a while. So you could argue he's part hustler. But if I go to Triggernometry, 1.58 million subs. But if I go all the way to the beginning, is he going to have high viewership and high production quality? I'll keep scrolling while the content is playing, but effectively what I'm trying to insinuate is I wonder if Konstantin Kisin has rich parents that allowed him to do this job as long as it was necessary in order to build a platform. That's what I'm wondering out loud.
Worry about his laptop couldn't be shared.
Well, we disagree about we don't really disagree about the optics of the cover-up, but we disagree about the mechanics of it. I mean, I think a lot of this was good faith fumbling around a story that couldn't be characterized quickly enough. And given what had happened previously, given that we know that Jim Comey's reopening of the email, the Hillary Clinton email non-story, was decisive in her losing that election. I mean, you could just see that her poll numbers go down by the hour at the moment he started talking about it. That was like 10 days before the election. And we know this time around, Rudy Giuliani held on to this bombshell as an October surprise and released it strategically close to the election. I think there were 2 weeks left in the election, knowing that there was simply enough time for the Democrats and the mainstream media to have a spaz attack and not get to ground truth on this laptop. That, again, from my point of view, this is what I said in that original podcast. I don't think it made it to that nefarious clip, but
all right. So right here we got 7 years ago. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos, 6 videos, and none of these are breaking more than 20K. 27K, 22K, 20K. And this one is 8.5, 8, 7, 4.5, 2.5, 4.5. This is not enough to sustain a full-time income. Now, maybe they did it part-time, and I'll just check out Konstantin Kisin's Wikipedia in a second, but it's pretty clear that from the beginning, they were able to book interesting guests. They got Sargon of Akkad, and they got whoever this chick is. So how is my question? I'll Wikipedia him while we continue the content.
For me, at the time, and it still is, a genuine coin toss journalistic judgment about what to do with this story 2 weeks before the election.
Journalistic judgment, yes, but this wasn't journalistic judgment.
Okay, so
this was big tech judgment.
Well, no, so there was
big tech censorship.
There was Twitter knocking the New York Post off for 48 hours or 24 hours.
And preventing the story from being shared.
Right. That, I think, almost certainly is a mistake, however you look at it. And I believe I said that at the time. I mean, I thought there were gradations of this. This is what Twitter did. This is what the New York Times did or didn't do, etc. But I think it was, I mean, for instance, all those former intelligence officials who signed that.
Konstantin Kisin's father, Vadim. All right, and I'm being a little bit of an asshole, but take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Served as Russian Federation's Deputy Minister for Cooperation with the CIS countries from 1995 until his dismissal in 1996 over allegations of large-scale tax evasion between 92 and 95. According to Kisin, his father was falsely accused and given a choice between imprisonment or disappearing. At age 11, Kisin was sent to the United Kingdom alone to attend Clifton College boarding school, where he was bullied for being a foreigner and not speaking English. He subsequently attended Edinburgh University, leaving around a year short of finishing a degree. Kisin has worked as a Russian, English, legal, financial, and video game translator and interpreter that has regularly given talks about the business side of translation, podcasting since April of 2018, stand-up comedy 2019. All right, so I'm being a little bit of an asshole, and this kid could have grounded out as far as I know. Who knows, right? He's been a writer, so apparently he is talented enough to be a writer. He has also been a mainstream TV host. So maybe he's talented enough to rub elbows and get into there. But I do think it's funny that I came up with this Microsoft Paint thing where you either need to be disabled, a hustler, or have rich parents. And, Konstantin Kisin, I'll just pull it up one more time. He's a hustler, right? He's been grinding it out. Don't hate on the game. He's not disabled to my knowledge, but his dad was accused of large-scale tax evasion. All right. I'll stop being mean. Back to it.
Open letter saying this looks like Russian disinformation. I don't think those guys were lying. I think those guys were genuinely thought this is completely crazy. We got Rudy Giuliani with a laptop he got from some computer store, and it's got everything. It's got the smoking ruins of Hunter Biden's reputation. This certainly looks sketchy. I don't think those guys volunteered to have their reputations destroyed in plain view of everyone. Just
Sam says these guys are autistic midwits. No, I think Sam Harris is wrong about a lot of things. I think Sam Harris is actually legitimately quite intelligent.
To eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton.
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says, listen, I'm going to take my reputation for discernment as the former head of the CIA or the NSA or both. I'm going to, I don't remember the signatories to that letter specifically, but who's going to, it's just not in their interest. It's not likely to be decisive. And it so obviously looked kooky, right? It looked completely, this did not look like a normal way you would discover the smoking laptop from hell. And again, there was simply not to have simply played connect the dots journalistically and even from Twitter's point of view, just slavishly just propagating this information or misinformation to the ends of the earth at that moment with the clock ticking. Given what had happened in the previous election, journalistically, it could have seemed totally irresponsible. In hindsight, Jim Comey's re-airing of that fake email scandal was totally irresponsible. It's why we had President Trump in the first place. He couldn't have known that at the time, perhaps, but in retrospect, it would have been better had he not done that. So I have to think again. I'm not close. The other thing that was weird about that interview is people took what I was saying as somehow insider knowledge that there was this vast conspiracy to keep, of journalists and academics and scientists and media figures to keep that we all met in a star chamber somewhere to keep Trump from getting reelected. If that happened, I wasn't privy to it, right? So that's not what I was saying. What I was saying there were a few places there where.
Damn, bro. And you guys accuse me of yapping. One of the things that I'm going to point out, though, that I think is frustrating with Sam Harris is that he's looking, and this is something that I've been guilty of in the past, but I think I've changed my mind on it probably within the past 3 months or so. So I agree that there are technocratic issues or technical issues for the reason why Trump got elected over, let's say, Hillary Clinton, or technical issues for why Biden was elected over Trump, vice versa, et cetera. However, I think that looking at Trump as an individual who needs to be kept out of power ignores the ways in which he was able to seize power. Because he doesn't address it. He's a liar. He's a grifter. But he talks about wealth inequality. He talks about how bad it is to be a working class American. He talks about the offshoring of jobs. He talks about the impoverished middle class of America. He talks about rapid demographic change. He talks about how there's an invasion of the United States of America that's being allowed by the current political status quo that has left an undefended border that has led hundreds of thousands or millions of people to immigrate to our country illegally. He talks about rapid demographic change. He also talks about existential technological shifts. He basically says we need to prioritize the American worker like truckers and oil riggers and energy people because the technology shifts to green energy and the technology shifts into AI are too hardcore. We need American workers to be protected. So he's talking about economic protectionism to fight against existential technological shifts. And then the dissolution of the social fabric, he blames immigrants, and he blames crime, and he blames Democrats, and he blames transgender people, and he blames black people and gay people and bisexual people. He blames them for the dissolution of the social fabric. And so on 4 things that P.F. Young identified as the motivators for radicalism within our society, which I just agree with him on, Trump hit all 4. And what did Biden and Hillary offer? They kind of offered more of the same. And so they didn't alleviate any of these anxieties. And if they talked about them, they either embraced them or they had like really tepid solutions. And so I'm okay with Sam Harris analyzing gatekeeping Trump from power. But if it wasn't Trump, there probably would have been somebody like Trump eventually.
Because I went back and watched it because I needed to, once this thing was detonating in my life and I could see that how radioactive it was being perceived to be, I had to see what I'd actually said in context. And there was at least one moment where I got interrupted and didn't complete a sentence. And so like my half sentence and the thrust of what I was saying before that made it seem like I was making a more extreme statement than I was in fact making. So, but my views are unchanged from that hour. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk about anything.
If you were interrupted, it was almost...
Oh, thanks, Unork. I could just click on oldest. Sorry, I'm a boomer.
Certainly have been me.
Yeah,
so
it was.
I apologize.
It was, but
let me just recap it,
just
very quickly summarize what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically a number of things. Number one, journalistically, in terms of publishing the story.
I need to get some water, but I'm going to be back. Also, I'm going to skip the Hunter thing. Because I don't need to listen to another 5 minutes about Hunter. I've talked about it. You guys have talked about it. We're all annoyed by it. Fuck Hunter Biden, but also the Trumps are worse. End of yap.
Completely evaporated.
So so this is one of the things I'm keen to discuss with you. Let's move on from, the first podcast and what happened and just talk about President Trump as a president, right? Because I hear this a lot. We posted that you were coming on the show, people message you, and they say, well, look, I love Sam, right? And I think his reaction to Trump as a person clouds his view of Trump as a politician, right?
Well, I can demonstrate that that's not so, but
please.
But what's upstream of that is a pretty important piece of confusion, because the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter, right? He's the most distractible, venal, corrupt, self-dealing, narcissistic, self-absorbed, petty person to ever occupy the office. And that doesn't matter, right? Now, the reason why his character matters is because he's got 3 more years in office. We have no idea what kinds of challenges we're going to face as a country, but we know that all of his decisions are downstream of who he is, of the kind of thinker he is, of how he engages with information, of what he knows and doesn't know, what he cares to know and doesn't care to know, right? So what does he know about Putin? What does he know about the Middle East? What does he know about China?
Dr. Zaya says, feels like they probably had some baller deep pockets investor throw money at Triggernometry when it started. Maybe. Could have been from that tax evasion. Tristan Clark says, like the stream. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chats. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We are eating good. Doobie has guaranteed that we had a great month, but we also have incredible Oilers. We got Grassroots Hegemon. We got Christian Valeris. We got Numinax. We got, I always shout out Dr. Zayas because it's such a unique name, but we got Shapingro today. We got Grassroots today. We got El Messer. We got Based Perry. We got Tristan Clark. We got Anonymous Chatter. We got Exponential Energy. We got Doobie. You guys are too kind to the channel. So considering we're a really, really, really small community, 100 viewer stream, but at the same time, we punch way above our weight. I really do appreciate you guys not only supporting the channel with your viewership, but also with your financial support. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
China. What is going to modify his judgment about what he should do? I mean, how would we have bombed Iran if the mullahs had been smart enough to offer him a golf course deal in Iran? I actually don't know. I think it's even bet that our policy with respect to Iran could have been different had there been massive financial opportunity for the Trumps in Iran. Right? He might have. I'm
going to lift weights.
A Gulf Arab, autocrat vibe, an MBS vibe, with the moles in Iran. He could have seen the wisdom of that. Certainly, if it's a big enough deal, I wouldn't have put that.
But hold on, Sam.
Yeah.
But isn't that a little bit unfair in that you're judging somebody not on the things they actually did? But
No, I will judge. I'm just telling you why you
but
need to care about who he is as a person.
Okay, I understand. And look, I think a person's character really matters. I do. But I also think when you're evaluating a president, you have to look at deliverables. What are the deliverables? There's probably a lot to criticize, and I'm sure you've got them, lots of them. But getting the hostages back from Gaza.
Yeah. Well, so let me just deal with that because that's on everybody's mind, and square this statement.
Let me give you a list, and then you address them all. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, this one's worth just hitting off the tee because I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back. Right. I mean,
I'm assuming that he's going to qualify this statement, but I think this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard Sam Harris say. Like, there isn't lasting peace. Gaza got bombed into a frickin' parking lot. 80% of the buildings are down. 70,000 confirmed dead as a result of direct action. Arguably 20,000 militants. If you listen to Doobie, it's like 5,000 militants. 200,000 projected indirect deaths. That is 10% of the Gazan population. The Gazan population started at 2.2 million. Arguably, it's down to 2. And not just that, but Israeli blockades of food or controlling of aid contributed to those indirect deaths. And then not just that, there were signs of some medical deaths related to lack of calories. So, saying that Donald Trump deserves the Peace Prize for negotiating 200 approximate corpses and or alive people to be released, how the fuck is that worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize? I'm really wondering how he's going to articulate this or caveat that, because that is actually one of the silliest things I think I've ever heard Sam Harris say.
I think that's I have no problem saying that, right? So square that with accusations of Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, I can readily admit that was a massive achievement. Whatever happens next, I mean, there's not going to be peace in the Middle East as a result of this ceasefire. So I'm very skeptical and pessimistic about the outcome. But just that piece, getting all the living hostages back, was massive. There was no Democrat who was going to do it. President Kamala Harris wasn't going to do it. Biden wouldn't have done it. Many of his weaknesses as a president, as a person, translated in that specific area into strengths, right? His unpredictability, his unprincipledness, the fact that he could just throw over the chessboard and walk away for another year, right? I mean, I think he got more out of Netanyahu and more out of all the parties to that negotiation than a more principled, more methodical, more process-oriented expert on geopolitics would have, very likely. So that's one area where sort of the madman theory of politics.
Right.
Damn, bro, I'm a yapper, but Sam is a fucking yapper, bro. Sam's a fucking yapper, bro. It's like, I get it. Trump did good. Trump did good in this specific respect. Next point, please. Holy fuck. I'll try to do that tonight, man. I'll take performance-enhancing drugs so Destiny doesn't piss me off, and I'll also try to be as concise as possible. Like, because you guys know me. I have a 2 to 3 minute yap at the top of my brain at any fucking second. However, sometimes you can just say, Trump release hostage good. Next point, please. Why say many word when few word do just as good?
I think worked for him.
Okay.
And that's to the good. That does not compensate for all the other damage he's done to our country.
Okay, fair. And I want to hear both of these, right?
Okay.
But I want to put some more to you that I would say are positive things, right?
Okay.
We get asked a lot.
Oh my God. Give me content. Stop it. Give me content, Constantine, or I'm going to come rip your hair plugs out, you son of a bitch.
And I can give you criticism as well. I mean, look, I was hopeful that he would do on Ukraine something more positive than he has done. I think Steve Witkoff hasn't done very well, put it gently and diplomatically. We haven't had any progress so far. I hope that changes, as you know. But maybe, if the Middle East is tick, that's no tick. What about dealing with illegal immigration, right? The way it's being done, we can have a discussion about, but he's literally the first leader of a Western country to deal with illegal immigration.
We can have a huge discussion about that. I mean, so
Content.
the fact that the Democrats treated any concern about the border as a symptom of racism and thought that it just wasn't a problem to have untold numbers of people just streaming across the border for years at a time, I mean, that was just a colossal own goal that is just, in my view, politically inexplicable. I mean, it's just politically suicidal, right? It's just, that's, among other reasons, that is the reason why Trump got elected. But I mean, I still don't understand it. It's stupid. It's unethical. It serves no real sane purpose, right? I mean, even if you want the same numbers of people in the country because you really think we just have to have an immigration forward policy, there's no argument for not knowing who's coming into the country. You should want the people in the country who you want in the country, right? And you should be able to screen out terrorists and et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, it is true that the Biden administration tried to pass a bill that would have done something, and then Trump cynically got the Republicans to block it, right? So Trump delayed progress on that point so that he could use it as an issue in the campaign. And that was, a cynical bit of politics, but still, the Democrats were totally out to lunch on that issue for years at a stretch. Unforgivable, politically unforgivable, right? And so it is with all the other woke derangement in the Democratic Party. I mean, the irony here is that there's virtually nothing that any super red-pilled MAGA head for whom there's no daylight between.
Okay. So somebody mentioned free will because they said, oh, Sam Harris has a bad take on free will because he doesn't think it exists. Therefore, I'm going to take everything he says with a grain of salt. And somebody said, oh, well, we don't have free will. Therefore, I actually trust Sam Harris more. Blah, 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 blah. I don't even know what he said. But I'm just going to make this point to you because it's actually really annoying. It's a conversation that I think I did have with Destiny temporarily, but he conceded it almost instantaneously because even though he doesn't believe in free will as a biomechanical fact, he still thinks that individual actors should act as though they have free will. And I think that's what people get pissed off, okay? So I am a product of my biomechanical instincts, right? I am a product of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if not billions of years of evolution. I'm a biological being on a plane of existence that's dictated by gravity and heat and impulse and hunger and biochemistry and endocrinology and neurology and all these things. There's 10,000 different like even your gut bacteria can modify behavior, right? And so the argument from people who don't believe in free will is that you are the product of so many unconscious processes that your choice, when you're evaluating choices and you make a decision, that is an illusion because your evaluative structure is made up of so many incomprehensibly complex systems that your choice is not a real choice. It's actually like an algorithm running in the background that you can't see. It's basically the matrix. You have the matrix around you and you have the matrix inside your body, and that your individual choice ultimately is not individual choice. It's an illusion, right? But what's interesting oftentimes, because what I think is that a lot of people, and the reason why I'm hostile to this line of argumentation is because there are plenty of people who are anti-free will who say, oh, well, free will doesn't exist, so I can be a piece of shit. Because I'm the product of unconscious choices. So if I'm hungry, I should just eat. Or if I'm a drug addict, I should just engage in my drug addiction. Or if I feel like speeding in my car, I should speed in my car because I'm not really the master of my destiny. All of my choices are ultimately a part of a calculus that I can't see. So I'm not responsible for my behavior. I've seen degenerates and hedonists constantly use the lack of free will as a pretext to be worse human beings. Whereas where Destiny and I would say compromise, but realistically, this was probably his perspective from the beginning. He said, I must act as though I have free will because I'm an individual with a moral agent, even if I don't directly control all of my impulses. Okay? And so if you don't believe in free will, but you still choose to act as an individual moral agent, I don't care. If you use your lack of free will to be a piece of shit, then I care. But I'm a free will advocate. Swear to God, I just am. I have free will. Fuck you. I'm the master of my fate. Because even within the neuroplastic, talked about this idea before, neuroplasticity is the ability to reinforce neural connections within your brains. What you think about is reinforced within your brain. So if you think about bodybuilding and then you do bodybuilding more often, you will become a better bodybuilder. If you think about pornography and gooner shit all the time, you will become more of a gooner. If you think about marijuana, guns, drugs, vehicles, mechanic stuff, engineer stuff, whatever you think about, you will become more of that thing. And to some degree, we do have a choice about what we think about. If you have a negative impulse, let's say you have an antisocial behavior, you have an antisocial, unjustified, homicidal impulse, or let's say that you have like a illegal kink sex flare up, like I hate to say it, but pedophiles, right? Pedophiles. You can choose to, if you're somebody with a pedophilic impulse, you can choose to indulge in your pedophilic impulse, wallow in your pedophilic impulse, engage in your pedophilic impulse, or you can say, hey, that's a bad part of my brain. I'm not going to engage with that. Fuck that. And then you can put it up in a little box and throw it in the corner. And what I would say is that if you have, let's say that you had a pedophilic impulse, if you have a pedophilic impulse and you throw it in a box and throw it in the corner and you don't address it, you are actually starving that neural connection of attention. Whereas if you're, I don't know, a gooner degenerate leftist who says, oh, there's no such thing as thought crime and no harm is coming from me thinking about this illicit sexual taboo. No, you're reinforcing a neuroplastic pathway within your own brain that likely makes you more willing to engage with that topic and potentially more likely to engage with that within the real world that does cause harm. And so ultimately, I would argue to you guys, if you're somebody who doesn't believe in free will, I would like you to move to this perspective, okay? Where even if you don't think that free will exists, you are still going to act as an individual moral agent because it is good to do so. And if you just believe in free will, yeah, me too. I'm the master of my destiny. I can be hungry, I can be angry, I can have addictions, I can have bad behaviors, but ultimately I am responsible for the way that I think and I am responsible for the way that I interact with the world. As a result, I will make choices as an individual agent. Strong recommend you become this or this. Let me go ahead and save that as free will. And let's continue with the content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Let's go.
Between them and Trump, there's nothing they can say about the far left of the Democratic Party that I don't.
Sorry, real quick. Mr. Hajut says, do I regret defending Israel, even though it said that there was going to genocide and starve the Gazans? No, I don't think my position's changed at all.
Don't agree with and haven't said myself on my podcast, right? So it's not like my animus toward Trump is based on some sort of progressive blindness about, the ethical primacy of DEI or anything else that he's steamrolling over. But I'll remind you that we didn't used to live in a country where masked men who won't identify themselves steal peaceful people off the sidewalk and disappear them and occasionally disappear them to foreign countries, right? I mean, that's not America, and that's happening, right? That's totally unacceptable. I mean, it's Orwellian and insane, and it's insane that anyone has acclimated to it, and it's insane that we've got attorney general who won't answer questions, but when brought before Congress, and she just is messaging to an audience of one and to her social media feed. She's just insulting senators. It's the optics of all of this are so Hunger Games and bizarre, right? I mean, we've got a White House that messages on social media like it's like the account's being run by 18-year-old trolls that just spend half their time on 4chan and then half their time on the official White House X feed, right? We got a president who's who forwards AI videos of him shitting on his fellow Americans, right? And half of our country imagines this is some kind of progress in political communication, right? I mean, this is the official, I don't know if you've seen this, but the official White House page that talks about the rebuilding of the East Wing of the ballroom. It has become a troll account where it kind of gives the history of construction at the White House, but then intersperses that with like Hunter Biden bringing cocaine into the White House with the shot of him in the bathtub with a cigarette, and Bill Clinton getting a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. I mean, this is the official White House communication to the world, right? This is not I get that it's entertaining, right? But if there's no difference between the Babylon Bee and the official White House website, we've got a problem, and we're doing massive brand damage to our country. That's what I care about. I care about what's durable here, in terms of when Trump goes away, and let's say there's a sane Democrat or Republican next time around in 2028. But at the moment, I don't see much hope of that. What bells can't be unrung in any kind of near-term time frame? What damage has been done that we can't immediately apologize for sufficiently, such that it's we have a proper reset? And I think a lot of damage has already been done that's hard to recover from. And we've announced to the world at a
Mr. Clark says, was October 7th a genocide? No, but I would say it's a terrorist attack with genocidal intent, right? They didn't spare the men, the women, or the children. They were wiping everybody out. And then who in this chat has called the Uyghurs in China a genocide? I did. It's a cultural genocide. There are different kinds of genocide, guys. And cultural genocide is still a recognized thing. Believe it or not, I got Lauren Southern to say that the schools, the Canadian school system, was a form of cultural genocide, and I got her to say it bad. Lauren Southern, the queen of the neo-Nazis. I got the queen of the neo-Nazis to say that the Canadian school system was a form of cultural genocide and that it was bad. You know why? Probably because she doesn't want it to happen to white people. But realistically, yeah, the Uyghurs did 100% cultural genocide. They prohibited Islam. They took the men. They put them into work camps. They took Han Chinese men. They moved them in intentionally with Uyghur females. They forced marriage. They forced educated. They destroyed the religion. They destroyed the cultural ties. I think the only thing that the Uyghurs have been able to hold on to is traditional garb and music. Those are the only two things that the Uyghurs have been allowed to hold on to culturally. But besides that, their religion has been banned. Religion has been banned and persecuted. The males were moved into work camps for a decade. They were put under strict surveillance, and they were effectively force integrated into the Han Chinese.
A minimum. We've announced to the world, look at what Trump has done with the tariff policy, just tariffing every member of our species. And again, based on whims and
Michelle G became a member. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you. Once again, a quick shill. Like the stream. It's free. Share it with your friends. We should build the community of Girl Hottest. Engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in there. And super chats and memberships if you got them. Shout out to Anonymous Chatter, Tristan Clark, Base Perry, L. Messer, Grassroots Hegemon, Shapingro with half a dozen super chats, and Michelle. Thank you guys for your viewership, but also thank you for your financial support.
Imaginary political imperatives that only exist in his brain, and then in the brains of the people who pretend to understand what he's doing, because he's created a personality cult around him where no one is going to, everyone is Baghdad Bob, and no one is going to tell the boy king that he's lost his marbles. But he's basically ignoring all of our treaties and our ally and our alliances in a way.
You guys good? I'm good. I'm going to go jump to Charlie Kirk, because for me, like the Trump thing, it's like we know Trump's bad. We know that Konstantin Kisin and this egg-shaped man are going to do some like sweep thing. They were like, yeah, but I mean, if you look at the Trump administration, The Trump administration has the first time net negative migration in the past 50 years. Yeah, they might have violated the Constitution in order to do so. They might have shipped people to a prison in order to be tortured, but you can't argue with the results. And then Sam Harris is going to be like, yeah, well, the Trump administration not only lacks etiquette, it lacks principles, and violating the Constitution of the United States should be a bigger deal. And they're like, yeah, well, I got to say, I probably blame the Democrats for being ineffective in the first place, which is how Donald Trump seized power. That's my prediction for that line of the debate. And frankly, I don't need to wait 20 minutes for them to explain that. So let's move on to the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
You say what you thought, and then let's get into it.
Sure. Well, I was just starting my tour. Actually,
Rob, are we signatories to the conventions that define cultural genocide? No idea. No idea.
So I think I was doing my first event the day he was assassinated. So I had, like many people, there are many people in our orbit who were doing live events. And I think Ben Shapiro was in a similar situation where it's like, it's like the world stopped and, Live Nation got on the phone with everyone who they were working with and said, hey, listen, if you don't want to go out on stage, just let us know. But
that's another one we should do a debate review of, the Tale of Twin Rabbits debate. What a classic. What a classic.
So it's just, and I said a few things about it, at those live events that I was doing that week. I mean, it was a terrible thing. It was terrible on every level. It was terrible just as a murder of a young father. It's terrible that his family was there. I mean, it was just awful. It's additionally terrible because a political assassination is genuinely dangerous because we are so combustible as a society. And the fact that we're this combustible, a lot of the onus goes to both sides, but I would put most of the onus, as will not surprise you, on the president and his cult, right? And I would say that the response to the assassination was highly asymmetrical.
Dude, what I hate about this is Sam Harris can actually say something that should be relatively flamboyant. He can say, our society is so combustible right now, but I put a lot of the responsibility on Trump. That should be like a moment of like, let's debate. But he's doing it in such a smooth ASMR, long-winded way. We can't even get the like, let's go. Like, we can't even get that energy because he's going to go for another 2 minutes in order to explain his position.
In ways that don't make Trump and Trumpism look good. I mean, I thought, so for instance, all the people right of center were watching those awful videos of Gen Z maniacs celebrate Kirk's murder. And obviously all of those people are dangerous morons on some level. And many of them, just obviously mentally ill too. I mean, these are not, it's not the cream of the crop of the woke intelligentsia. Just the sheer number of facial piercings you saw in those videos could have told you something.
Do it, Dice. Do it. Do the counterpoints versus counterpoints. I love it.
What you didn't have left of center were prominent people with big platforms, prominent media figures or, to say nothing of political figures like, from Obama on down, say anything but this was horrible and we should never let it come to this in American politics, right? Like this is there's no party left of center, real party for political assassination. And yet right of center, very prominent people from the president and Elon on down treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War.
That's the crux of what I wanted him to get to. And somebody said, I have ADHD. No, bro, Sam is pretty uniquely long-winded. Like, I can typically tolerate Jordan Peterson because I know that within 20 minutes of rhetoric, I'm going to get like a golden nugget of wisdom. Typically. I mean, this is pre-Benzo Jordan Peterson. Whereas with Sam Harris, it seems like he's making like pretty normal liberal assertions, but then he keeps going when it should be a point like, hey, our society is super combustible and it's on the verge of exploding. And I actually blame, I know that both sides are responsible for it, but I do blame Donald Trump for the lion's share. What do you think about that? If you actually wanted to have a back and forth, right? But somebody said something interesting. Where was it? It was right here. So can I tell you guys my Ben Stein story really quickly? Okay, really quickly. So I was going to Europe with my family in middle school. We were going back to visit after we had lived there for a while. And we got stuck over in LaGuardia for a layover, right? And we're stuck there and we're going in line for security. And I'm probably like 13 or 14. And I've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Okay. I've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I see somebody and I'm like, who the fuck is that? Like, I know that face. I know this face. And it's fucking Ben Stein waiting in line. And Ben Stein sees me staring at him. And he gives me a finger gun and a wink. For those of you who don't know Ben Stein is the boring teacher from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And this guy is just in line at the airport. And he's like, yeah, kid, it's me. That was awesome. Ben Stein absolutely fucking owned me in the marketplace of ideas at LaGuardia Airport. It was dope.
Totally irresponsible, totally dishonest. I mean, these people were arsonists pretending to be firefighters. I mean, Elon jumped on X within minutes before Kirk was declared dead, certainly before his killer was caught, and said the left is the party of murder, right? And then I think some hours later he said,
yeah,
if they won't leave us in peace, there's nothing to do but fight or die, right? I mean, to 225 million.
How do you guys feel? Okay, so we've dropped down to 80, partially because I think that it's a little bit drier. But how do my people at home feel? Do you guys want to do 125 or 15? What do you think? If you want to say leave it, leave it. If you guys, you know what? Fuck it, 125. You guys are going to say 1.5, and that's going to be unlistenable. I'm going to do 1.25.
Million people, right? So to have the richest guy in the world on the most politically important social media platform in the world say this sort of thing is just, it's beyond reckless. I mean, it's just sociopathic. It's just he is just flinging matches into a landscape that has been just soaked in gasoline, and the soaking has been done mostly by Trump and Trumpism and just what's the grifters right of center like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. I mean, and I know you have your differences with those guys, and perhaps we'll get into it.
We have a lot of differences with those guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting how the landscape is fracturing right of center. I think it would be good to talk about all of that because I think it's more fractured than you guys think it is. I think.
Doopy said Matthew Broderick. He met him in LA and he gave him directions to a restaurant named Monster, but it was inedible rich people stuff. I'll do 125. You guys are crazy with 1.5 and 2x. That is like way too fast to be reactable / listen to, because people listen to me on 2x because I talk a little bit slowly. So I feel like I talk pretty fast some of the time, but some people listen to me on 2x and they actually say that they enjoy me talking on 2x better. But the interesting thing about Matthew Broderick killed someone. Matthew Broderick and his girlfriend at the time, they were young. They were like late teenagers, early 20s. And they drove wrong way in the United Kingdom. And I think they got into a head-on collision and they killed some people. I still love Matthew Broderick, though.
There are more casualties than just Tucker and Candace there, or at least should be. But this was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria, right? So left of center, you had genuine lunatics who represent no one celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk.
At a time when truth feels under not, isn't there an argument to be made, Sam, that the rhetoric of the left, calling everyone fascists and Nazis, when quite patently they're neither fascist? Look, you can have your criticisms about Charlie.
Oh, this shit pisses me off to no end, man. Oh. You guys know me, okay? Political corporatism, treating the nation state as a body. The nation is the people, the state is the government. analogizing it to a body and then treating it that way, that's 50% of fascism. The other 50% of fascism is flexible authoritarianism. You do what's necessary in order to seize power. You do what's necessary in order to maintain power. Trump and the MAGA movement are 100% fascistic. And the fact that Charlie Kirk supported Trump after January 6, 2021, and after he was an accused pedophile with the Epstein files, shows that Charlie Kirk is, even if he wasn't personally philosophically fascistic, or philosophically a fascist, he was willing to tolerate fascism within the United States right wing. And I'm sorry, it's just the way that it is. I'm not even trying to morally load fascism. Okay, if we could idealize, if we could be fascistic in that we treated the entirety of humanity as the political corporative body, and then we could colonize the stars. And then if I could be appointed as the benevolent dictator of our new fascistic society, I would be a fascist. However, I just think that fascism in general doesn't have a great historical track record. And I do not think that I can personally be trusted with unlimited power. I would do some pretty bad shit with unlimited power. So that's why I'm anti-fascist. It's not because I don't want it. I would love to be a fascist. I would love to be the guy in charge. I don't trust myself.
Kirk's politics. But let's be honest, he was a right-wing conservative, a Christian conservative. He's not a fascist, he's not a Nazi. Yet that accusation had been made time and time again, not only against Kirk, but also people of that particular branch of politics. Doesn't that incentivize these type of murders, this type of violence?
Well, it's more complicated than that, because so Trump is not Hitler. I've never said he was. We're not living in Weimar Germany now in America, but he is a genuine wannabe authoritarian, doing many authoritarian things and damaging our democracy with both hands every chance he gets, right? So I don't know, and you're now asking me what I think about the prospect of him running for a third term in just overt defiance of the 22nd Amendment, right? It's not fascism. Fascism is the wrong term, right? It's just got too much culturally specific and historically specific baggage attached to it. But authoritarian is the right term, and aspiring tyrant is the right term.
Correct. Get him, Sam.
And he's just not. The truth is, he's not effective enough. He's not ideological enough. He doesn't care about enough big things to worry me that much, right? I mean, if he were this is a point I've made to the consternation and confusion of many audiences. But the irony is, if he were a better person, he'd be a more dangerous person, right? If he were a smarter person, a more committed person, I mean, if he could possibly commit to something beyond himself, right? And make, he's
define a stan. Okay, so Tristan Clark, two ways. I'm going to interpret it incorrectly, and then I'm going to interpret it correctly. So stan, obviously in internet parlance, is somebody who stands for another person. So there's somebody who defends somebody. But weirdly enough, in maps, stan means the land of. Unironically, it leans the land of. So when you talk about Pakistan, it's the land of the Pakis. When you talk about Turkmenistan, it's the land of the Turkmen. When you talk about Uzbekistan, it's the land of the Uzbeks. When you talk about Afghanistan, it's the land of the Afghans. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was super interesting, because if you actually go to these places, the people are called the Uzbeks. They're called the Turkmen. They're called the Afghans. They're called the Tajiks. They're called the Krieg. It's dope. I love stands.
He'd be more dangerous, right? If he were less distractible, etc. So I don't view him as a Hitler figure, but I do. Everyone who's calling him an authoritarian, which sounds a lot like fascist, and you turn up the dial on authoritarianism. There's no important difference between what you're talking about and fascism. Then you're just talking about like the clothing and whether the Catholic Church was ever in the mix, and etc. So he's not as bad as Putin, right? But
it's from the Eminem song, duh.
If we give him a chance to have as much power as he wants, where does he stop? Right? He certainly doesn't. He would run for a third term. If we discovered that the 22nd Amendment just didn't apply, and there's just an open fairway between him and the Green, of course he's going to run for a third term. It's like he doesn't care about the spirit of the Constitution, where it's clearly meant that you should not. It's not that you can't be elected twice. You can't be president twice.
So I take your point about Trump, but let's come back, because they don't only.
I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge what you said without actually letting it change my worldview.
Okay, I didn't answer your question.
Yeah.
yes, certain terms are inflammatory and imprecise, but it's a much grayer area than you're making it out to be. And I mean, many people would say that what I've just said in the hour so far about Trump is just a species of that very, irresponsibility of condemning him to the point where, okay, any sane person is going to look at this and say, okay, we have a political emergency, and anything is warranted in resistance to this, right? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we have a political emergency, right? And we need our institutions to function to contain the damage.
But do you not think that it's really important when you criticize your political enemies?
It's important to be honest.
But it's also important to be accurate in the same way that you can think somebody's.
But hold on, random British boy. We are being accurate. Trump is a political corporatist. Trump is a flexible authoritarian. Trump proved that with the false elector scheme in January 6, 2021. And his fans who have supported him after the fact are showing that fascistic authoritarian power grabs are not outside the realm of power plays that they will tolerate. So why would it be not reasonable to call Trump or any of his enablers fascistic?
A terrible person and their politics are awful. It doesn't make them a pedophile, for instance.
Yeah.
And this kind of escalatory language, I personally think is highly dangerous. And when you live in a country like America where you have access to guns and there's so many people with mental illnesses, I mean, that's dangerous.
But nobody uses more inflammatory language less responsibly than Trump and his enablers, right? I mean, they're, so again, Elon jumped on X and basically said, our political opponents are murderers. The left is the party of murder. There is no party of murder in America, right? Trump in his address to the nation immediately after Kurt's death effectively said in so many words, not just that these Gen Z maniacs on TikTok were responsible for his death. He effectively said that his mainstream political opponents were culpable for murder, right? Which is just not true. Again, everyone from Obama on down said this is fucking horrible, right? We have to pull back from the brink here. This is not acceptable on any level. And then you had people bending over backwards to sane wash Kirk's actual politics. Ezra Klein jumps on his opinion column at the New York Times that says Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, for which he got no end of left of center. Everyone was being sensitive. Everyone with any real platform was being sensitive. And what you had right of center were just, with the important exception of Kirk's wife, during her eulogy, right, who struck a very different note. Stephen Miller's eulogy was madness. It was fascistic madness. I mean, this is right. I mean, like, Stephen Miller is a character, apart from the fact that he's Jewish, he's a character.
What is this sentence? You guys jay off to loose women in the dark because you lack the glorious burden of purpose. Go without porn, alcohol, drugs, etc. for a while, and you'll feel more clear-minded. What happened in chat? What is?
We will destroy you. You have awakened a dragon. You have no dragon. You have no idea what you. And the.
Xena says, "What do I do best?" Realistically, I hate to say it, Destiny content. I think we have like a large enough overview with Destiny, and Destiny is obviously such a controversial figure that effectively, if I just react to it, I think people are waiting for a bridge burn. They're waiting for Destiny to do something too far, and then for me to finally be like, "Fuck you, Steven, you're a piece of shit. I'm gonna kill you." Like, they're waiting for that. But also, I think people just enjoy watching me bounce off of Steven's ideas. So I'll just say it. Destiny's content does do quite well. I would say after that, Fuentes is hit or miss. It really is hit or miss. Sometimes it hits in the algorithm. I get a few thousand views. Sometimes it's a miss in the algorithm and I get a few hundred. Kind of depends. I would say realistically, liberal versus left-wing infighting actually does better than far-right punching. So like if I'm in a debate between like if we're looking at the political spectrum of liberals, libertarians, conservatarians fighting amongst each other, weirdly enough, I think people are looking for such ideological clarity that infighting within the tribe does better than fighting with people outside of the tribe. It's weird.
Not so much from him, but from other people on the dais that day, there was just this volcanic expression of Christian nationalism.
Are you guys still getting the audio? The video keeps going in and out on my end.
Kind of just, I mean, It's just pure moral confusion and political hysteria from my point of view. It was their George Floyd moment. Again, yes, without the riots and obviously.
Well, it's quite a big deal, Sam.
But
this is what I was going to bring up.
It's a superficial deal.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
It's a big deal, but it's not. No, it is a bigger deal to have the president of the United States come before the country and say, basically,
weird.
Half of mainstream America is a terrorist organization. Like those are not his words. That was the subtext of everything he said in that address to the nation. It was completely of a piece with Elon's tweets, right?
The George Floyd thing, I think you're going way too far, Sam, and here's why.
There's no daylight between us about the George Floyd riots. I mean,
I know.
we view it in precisely the same way. I just view Trump differently.
Hold on. What I'm saying is something else. We agree that burning down cities and taking over districts in America and burning police stations and killing a lot of black people and these moronic chants of defund the police, which led to more black people being killed in their communities and in the cities. All of that's crazy, right? And wrong. But what I noticed, and I'm just telling you what I noticed, right, is when Charlie Kirk was murdered in this way, which I thought was horrific, and I think we do know, as far as I can tell, that it was politically motivated. And I would argue, you may disagree, but for me, the word Nazi and fascist has a very unique dimension to it, which is we have been trained as a culture to view these people as a specific threat to the democratic order, to minorities. It's when we think of a Nazi, we think of someone who's going to take over the country, destroy democracy, and murder millions of people. Yeah. That's what a Nazi is. So,
hold on.
Democratic order to minorities. It's when we think of a Nazi, we think of someone who's going to take over the country.
Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government in January 6, 2021. And if he could run a third term, he would.
Destroy democracy.
He is arguably using populism in order to fray the constitutional guardrails of our republic. So I would say that's potentially fraying and degrading democracy, if not outright destroying it.
And murder millions of people.
Yeah.
That's what
murder millions of people. Arguably, Donald Trump through the USAID and PEPFAR cuts. I understand they're not American citizens. I get it. Trust me. I've heard all of the libertarian and conservative arguments. Beef Supreme, our resident gay libertarian who does not believe he's libertarian, he doesn't care about hundreds of thousands of African deaths. He doesn't care about tens of thousands of Ukrainian deaths. But it's already been statistically kind of verified that approximately 600,000 people have died as a result of the stuff. And it's projected that between 3 million and 14 million people will die from preventable disease as a result of Trump being in power. So Beef Supreme's like, whoa, fuck you. Sorry, Beef. My bad. I care somewhat. So anyways, the point is that these three things have arguably come to pass. Now, is it as visceral as carting up American Jews and executing them in industrial scale? No. But are the three things that Mr. Kissen has said happening? Yes.
What a Nazi is. So what happened was...
I do think there... Yeah,
but let me finish my point. What happened was a lot of people on the right, and even people like you, and even people like us who are not even on the right, have been called those terms by some people. In your case, for being critical of Islam. In our case, for questioning the insanity of the left, etc. Right? In my view...
I'm not even a left-winger. I just sweep for Trump at every possible opportunity.
That is putting a target on people's back. But the other point is, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, it was horrific.
Doobie, what's the content suggestion?
For anyone really watching it and what happened. Did you worry for 1 second that there's going to be streets burning in America? Did you worry that police stations were going to be burning down? Did you worry about any of that?
Yes, I was actually relatively worried based off of the volume of people who were saying that this is civil war. I was worried that there would be MAGA reprisal murders. And I'm borderline shocked that Stephen himself hasn't been killed yet.
Because I didn't.
No, but again, the reason why it's an unfair... It's a valid point, but it's not as significant as you're making it out to seem. So, and it's of a piece with a point that many people made during the elections, right? When businesses and Beverly Hills are boarding up their windows, right, in anticipation of political.
I think what's going on is whenever I highlight you guys in chat, the video disappears for a second. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but who cares? And then Doobie, what did you DM me the content suggestion? Like. Yes. All right. Anyways, let's keep it going for another minute.
Political chaos out. Should the election go one way or the other?
Doobie, I didn't see the content suggestion. I said, "Oh shit, I have content suggestion," and then I see whenever you get around to it. I didn't see a content suggestion.
Many people right of center pointed out, okay, the people are boarding up those windows not because they think Trumpists are going to start looting Williams-Sonoma should Trump lose, right? There was just one side that was being worried about in those moments.
Yeah, send me a link on Discord.
And it was indecent on some level not to notice that, right? Same point. It's just so that, yes, it is true that the left, and especially the Black community, expresses itself in that way when the unhappiness gets dialed up to 11. What I worry about on the right is a much greater concern ultimately, and it's hardcore political violence, like Timothy McVeigh style, truck bomb violence, and real militias, really committed and trained people who have been training for years, some of whom are Nazis, right? I mean, they're not German Nazis, but they're neo-Nazis. There's much more of that on the right. When you look at just the fringes of gun culture, and again, this all predates this moment. I mean, we could have had this conversation 10 years ago. There's much more, the powder keg of real political violence and civil unrest in this country that is consequential. It's not just looting and burning, but it's your AR-15s that you've been polishing for years and training on for years, and you've got.
That's not even really my concern, because that's not an existential threat to the United States. My concern is actually the continuing function of the republic.
10,000 rounds of ammunition already stored for this purpose. Those people are right of center, right? And that's.
Is it not telling that you have to go back to Timothy McVeigh? I mean, that's what, the 1996.
Well, there are other. That's just the big one. There are other examples of, even just in this recent cycle. And this is the thing that was.
Well, QC says, no more Doobie content suggestions. Yesterday was traumatic and horrific and incredibly offensive to the grill hottest way of life.
So dishonest about Trump's address to the nation. He talked about political violence and political assassination as though it was well established that it was only a left-wing thing. But even with Kirk's assassination, it's still, in recent memory, has been more of a right-wing thing. There's simply more incidents of right-wing political violence, including assassination or attempted assassination. And then there's just ambiguous ones, which is frankly a crazy person who's not ideological and represents nobody. But no, I mean, it's like the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer was a punchline right of center. I mean, literally, Kirk himself used it as a punchline. Elon himself has used it as a punchline. Trump himself has used it as a punchline. It's literally been a laugh line for all three of them. This guy was almost killed with a hammer by a guy who is somewhat ideological, also probably crazy, but certainly right of center.
Doobie, that scares me though. So yesterday, for those of you who don't know, Doobie donated a lot of money. And he said, oh, hey, watch this grill video. It's not terms of service. And what it is like a really existential, horrifying grill video where a guy who likes his grill and has a friend who likes his grill, he's like, my life is so oppressive. You have to grill me. And then he puts himself in his own grill and burns to death. And he says, oh, if you don't empty the grease trap, I will haunt you forever. And then the guy is so freaked out. His friend who burns him to death within the grill freaks out, and he doesn't empty the grease trap. And so a spirit, a skinless spirit from the grill haunts his friend and dances around, does a dance and all this kind of stuff. So Doobie, you say that this speaks to me on he was truly free for a little while. Okay. So is it the oppressions of your work? Is it the oppressions of domestic life? What is making you feel so existentially dreaded that you crave the freedom of being grilled to death? Because what I would say, Doobie, is that, you have cash to throw around, and obviously you have a cash cow. But if you feel enslaved by your job to the point that you actually want to burn yourself to death, yeah, I grew up burdened with glorious purpose, okay? Listen, if you genuinely feel that way, I would tell you to sell your business, okay? Sell your business and find purpose, okay? And what I would say is, sometimes I want total freedom. What I would say is your purpose, you find your own purpose. Maybe total freedom is your purpose. But I would say, as an example, Grassroots Hegemon, one of our Oilers in chat, a good friend of the channel, just as an example, he wants to do like a makerspace on the wrong side of town. right? He wants to, spend $400,000 on, makerspace stuff. And then he wants to enable people on the wrong side of town in order to learn technical skills. From old chains. Okay. So there are days where you are so burdened you just want to disappear into the desert. Okay. I get you. All right. Anyways. Me as an atheist telling Doobie to find God. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Who was planning to torture Nancy Pelosi should she be home, right? This was not funny. And again, that level of callousness and recklessness and cruelty that you're worried about in using a term like Nazi indiscriminately, so much, there's been a fire hose of that on the right? Yes, there are people on the left who are dangerous idiots, I will be the first to admit, but it is different when it's coming from the Oval Office. It's different when it's coming from people. It's like for every one of those people who, the Gen Z maniacs who made a video celebrating Kurt's death, there's an equivalent lunatic on the right who's much closer to power, right? Like people who've got like Laura Loomer's phone number in their phone are crazy and dangerous, right? I mean, like this is not, there's a fever swamp as you move right of center. And again,
get him, Sam.
We'll talk about Tucker and Candace and Nick Fuentes. And like, as you begin to move rightward and toward the weird, right? And you get into QAnon and you start glad handing all the anti-Semites and conspiracy theorists, it gets very, very weird, very, very dark, and very, very well armed in a way that isn't mirrored on the left. And that's an important.
That's where I step in. You know what, guys? I got to say, there's got to be a way that we can build a libertarian, conservatarian, liberal alliance based around learning proper gun safety and proper firearms management. Because if I could be burdened with glorious purpose, I would try to promote a healthier gun culture where maybe conservatives, conservatarians, and libertarians or whatever are maybe a little bit less extreme with their, let's just call it textual interpretation of the Second Amendment without interpreting anything else like Federalist 29 and Federalist 46, but also getting liberals to be comfortable with firearms to the point that they understand how to wield firearms and small arms in a way that's like responsible and sane. I would love to be burdened with that glorious purpose. Doobie says, but you do understand it's too important for you to let the duty go. Yep. I mean, I felt that way about law enforcement. I felt that way about the military. Vrenkan says, I really appreciate this Sam Harris appearance. He's normally sober. Even when I've disagreed with Sam, I've disagreed with Sam passionately. I think sometimes he's an anti-theist fedora who doesn't acknowledge the necessity of mythology and religion as a vehicle for human morality. And he doesn't acknowledge that it might have been necessary for religion to be a vehicle of human morality throughout history. And now that we're living in the age of information, just eliminating the mythology might have deleterious social and moral effects. Weirdly enough, I think he's suffering some of the deleterious social and moral effects that religion as a moral vehicle might guard against. But he would probably point to World War II as an example of where it wasn't enough. But the point is, I think he's too much of a fedora sometimes. But that doesn't mean that I don't think he's a sober thinker. I think he's a very sober thinker. Doobie says, when I was young, lad, I accepted that my life is lived for future generations of my family and not for myself. Well, then just keep staring into the grill. Just stare into the grill, Doobie. Don't do anything but stare into it.
Important difference. I'm not worried about, yes, who's gonna, if you tell me that Louis Vuitton is being looted in Beverly Hills, I'm pretty sure I know who's doing it. I'm not as worried about that.
That's racist as fuck. Anyways, I think I'm good. I think I understand what's going on. And I do think that is predictably, unfortunately, what we could expect out of Konstantin Kisin is effectively sweep, 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 sweep. The left wing's bad, the left wing's bad, the left wing's bad. Oh, when the right wing does it, it's cute and it's uwu and kawaii. When the left wing does it, it's an existential threat to Western society. I am going to thank everybody who donated today. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter, Tristan Clark, Based Perry, L. Messer, Grassroots Hegemon, Chapingro again, Chapingro again, Chapingro again. Thank you for your support. And thank you to Michelle G. We had roughly a dozen people support today. Thank you kindly. What is my primary debate point tonight? Okay, quick shill, because I'm not leaving quite yet. I'll engage with chat before we dip out. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I also have another one, right-wing kawaii violence. Yes, that's what we should call it. So Christian Blair says, what is your primary point in the debate tonight? Are you doing openings? I have no idea if we're doing openings and closings, but, and maybe you guys could help me workshop it a little bit. I don't think Trump is a disease. I think he's a particularly pernicious iteration of the disease. But I don't think he's a disease. I think he's symptoms. And so what I would say is similar to P.F. Young's assessment. Wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that are driving people crazy. And as a result of driving them crazy, they are looking for solutions, whether that be left-wing populism or right-wing populism, particularly economic populism. And so when we're worried about Hasan Piker becoming popular, when we're worried about Donald Trump becoming popular, we're really worried about the same thing, which is political radicalism motivated by these four things. So if we spend, let's say that we actually did line up all of the Trump people and all the Trump sycophants and supporters for a Nuremberg style trial. Nuremberg's the Nazis. The Nazis got hung and shot. I don't think technically anything the Trump admin has done could get them hung and shot. I think it could probably get them maybe incarcerated, but you would have to argue the specifics of the crimes committed and the nature of incarceration for me to be comfortable with any of that kind of stuff moving forward. But the truth is that we can spend 2 years and a shitload of political capital as the Never Trump coalition going through Nuremberg style trials. Or we could try to build a political coalition of disaffected Trump people who are both disappointed in what Trump was able to achieve, but also kind of turned off by, I don't know, the underage sex trafficking. And as a result, those people will be ripe for the picking when Donald Trump is out of office. However, if you go after Trump, then you might solidify them into the Trump cult. Whereas if you're trying to recruit them, maybe you could actually recruit them into a political movement that was designed in order to go after these four things. I'll try to make that more concise tonight, but effectively it's like, it's a waste of political capital. It's not going to happen. It's not going to get the results that you want. Even if it did, it's going to solidify the cult, and we have better things to spend political capital on. Christian Blair says, that fudger doesn't live here. Another foreigner slowly chipping away at our political discourse while making a buck. What, for kissing? What, does kissing live in England or something? Trump is a catalyst. Christian Blair says, good Ben Shapiro take. Key Code says, P.F. Young is an arsler, but I guess he can be right every now and then. I mean, that's centrism for you, baby. Input Output says, economy go up, make things better. Right. And that's currently the right-wing argument. Rob Goes Slow says, homework for today, watch This Is Water, then Death of Parody. They are not related. Besides, I think they're very interesting. Rob with a W, I will, and I'll see which one's better react fodder, and we'll watch it on stream. Just remind me, just stay on my butt metaphorically, because you know I get distracted. Every time Connor mentions P.F. Young, I get one step closer to the void. Don't do it. You should double check P.F. Young's assessment, try to falsify each one so you can make sure that your point stands up to scrutiny. I mean, you would have to do that, because I know that wealth inequality is as bad as excuse me, wealth inequality is as bad as the Roaring 20s. I already heard that stat a billion times. Rapid, and that was like before we did a heavy hand of regulation and trust busting. So we're pretty much there economically. Rapid demographic change, I already know that's true. Not only are we talking about the mass immigration waves of the 2010s from the Middle East and North Africa into Europe, we're also talking about mass Hispanic immigration into the United States. But even if you were like, oh, well, the Mongolian Golden Horde caused similar immigration patterns in medieval Europe, so therefore it's not that big of a deal. Number one, I would think you were full of shit with that historical analog. But then number two, I could just talk about demographic change in reference to collapsing birth rate, because obviously that is a technical economic challenge. Existential technological shifts, I think that's undeniable. And the dissolution of the social fabric, I also think that's relatively speaking undeniable. So you could say that the social fabric of previous generations was an illusion. But I think that if you look at, for instance, like increasing virginity amongst young people. I think if you look at delayed families, I think if you look at delayed purchasing of houses, I think if you look at failures to launch, all of these things indicate that our social fabric is frayed. Doobie says, did you see the Nick Fuentes segment where he's advocating for a left-right populist alliance? I saw it on Twitter. I haven't watched it. I think there's a genuine chance it happens. Well, I think that the left is so counterproductive that they would destroy the left-wing, right-wing alliance. I'm not saying they can't try, but that's actually the thing that I want to try to avoid. Well, QC says Trump isn't a disease or symptom. He's likely a really bad ringworm infection that spreads, but with the correct medicine and a lot of latinum and zinc oxide can be beaten and cured. Weirdly enough, that sounds like you're trying to strangle Donald Trump with latriment and zinc oxide, the call of the grill. Yeah, it's not the call of the void anymore. It's the call of the grill. Seems like the establishment versus populist vibe is stirring up again, but the lines have been redrawn. True. I don't want to recruit useful idiots. I want them to realize they were idiots. I'm with you there. Big in Gaming says, you mean like 2022 when Bragg's indictment of Trump helped solidify support behind Trump? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's just Abby for 2 says, oh yeah, check your Twitter messages. Okay. I will, buddy. I will. I just get like 40 DMs on Twitter and then I look at it and I'm just like, I don't want to read one of these and then leave 39 unread, but then I just never read them. Rob says, we have a problem on the reminder front. I'm also easily distracted. Oh, well, between your ADD and my ADD, we'll try to get it there. Cause and effect says, I'm saying you should be able to go through each point if need be, and it looks like you can. Yes. Force them into isolation so we can replace them. Who? The whites? The working class whites? I don't want to replace the working class whites. Conservative liberalism says birth rate issues don't exist due to mass immigration. Mass immigration was allowed to happen because of the birth rate issue. Birth rate is working class wealth disparity and infertility. Yeah, but if you look at global rates, the wealth doesn't make sense. Poor generations of previous generations, the boomers and the silent generation and all the generations behind that, they had infinitely higher birth rates and they also had infinitely higher poverty. I think that what correlates with decreased fertility is actually access to contraceptives. I think that when relatively secure societies and contraceptives, if you're not worried about your kids getting killed during their early years, and if you can have 2 kids that you provide for, most people are going to have 1 or 2 kids. Populism is great. You're just saying things to fuck with me. One ableist slur said by a righty and the alliance comes crashing down. I know. Imagine leftists not caring about racist and ableist slurs. Rob says, I gaze into the grill and it gazes back into me. Listen, let's not talk about that too much because before we know it, Doobie's going to commit suicide by grilling himself to death. Doobie, if you do decide to commit suicide via grill, please name me in your will. Christian says, Connor is easily distracted and seems kind of lazy. Lol, I am lazy, but not easily distracted. What am I lazy about? What are you talking about? Are you just saying that because you want me to work harder? I want to replace the working class whites with robots. I mean, that's okay. Contraceptives makes sense, but people also want their kids to have a good life or better than they had. Not many people want 2.5 kids in an apartment if they were raised in a house with a yard. True. Well, populism gets a bad rap because most people are stupid. 6 p.m. EST for the debate. Yes. The American capitalist system depends on population growth. Always did, always will. I know, but that's where mass immigration comes in, and then that's a problem. Is Stephen going on Wick 2? Yes. Cause and effects is another good point in your favor is that you could have been a Nazi. MAGA isn't unique. The left also has formed a cult around Hasan types. I agree. I detect a lot of fifis in your rational centrism, Doobie. Damn. Doobie says, nah, sometimes people call an accurate characterization of the current issue populism to avoid engaging with the issue. I don't have a problem with populism because of the outcomes that it advocates for, because populism can technically advocate for any outcome. I have a problem with appealing to the sentiment of the masses in order to achieve political result, because I think the masses are stupid. Christian Valera says, Connor and Primekai and Destiny and someone I don't know on the topic, there should be military tribunals for MAGA. Correct. Sorry, I haven't learned how to stop caring about my fellow human. I love fellow humans. I just think my fellow humans are stupid. You can't find the time to read 30 DMs, lol. Oh, okay. Actually, you owned me. Or lock in for 6 hours. Well, that you just want me to hang out with you while you're working. That's what you want. All right. If you watch the debate on Destiny's stream, you're gay. Fair warning. That's true. Okay. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. Thank you to Ishis Avi, Michelle, Chapingro with a bunch of donations, Grassroots, El Messer, Base Perry, Tristan Clark, and Anonymous Chatter. Thank you for the oiling today. I will see you at 6 p.m. AST. I hope you guys have a good couple of hours. See you in a little bit.